You are in traffic, a river of steel and glass that has stopped flowing. The world outside is a symphony of impatience, a chorus of horns, and the low rumble of a city holding its breath. Inside your car, another kind of noise competes for your attention. The glow of your phone, a small, demanding rectangle pulsing with notifications from work, from the news, from the curated lives of others. A familiar pressure tightens in your chest, a feeling of being in motion, and yet completely, utterly stuck. This feeling, this strange paralysis in the midst of frantic movement, isn't just about the traffic, it's about your life. This is the quiet affliction of our modern age. It is the low-grade hum of anxiety that follows us from our morning alarm to our restless sleep. It is the relentless pressure to optimize, to produce, to achieve, to become a better, more efficient version of ourselves. We find ourselves on a treadmill, chasing a horizon of happiness that seems to recede with every step we take. We are told that the next promotion, the next purchase, the next relationship, the next 1,000 likes will be the thing that finally brings us contentment. Yet we arrive at each new destination feeling strangely unchanged, the landscape of our inner world still marked by the same familiar disquiet. We have more connection than any generation in history, yet we feel more alone. We have more comforts, yet we have never been more anxious. We have mistaken the accumulation of things for the cultivation of peace. But what if there is another way? A path that does not ask us to run faster, but instead teaches us how to be still. A path that doesn't demand we acquire more, but invites us to discover the richness of what is already present. A path that does not look to the chaotic world outside for answers, but turns its gaze inward to the vast, quiet landscape of the mind. This is a path of profound understanding, illuminated by an ancient wisdom that has guided souls through suffering for over 2.5 millennia. It is the wisdom of the Buddha, offered not as a distant dogma or a set of rigid beliefs, but as a practical map, a map to navigate the very real storms of our lives and to find a harbor of unshakable peace right here in the midst of it all. The quiet hum of anxiety that follows you is not a personal failing. It is the background radiation of the world we have built. It is an unseen noise, a constant, low-frequency static that crackles just beneath the surface of our awareness. And to understand it, we must first distinguish it from its more ancient and obvious cousin, fear. Fear is a fire alarm. It is loud, specific, and urgent. It screams when a tiger enters the clearing, when a car swerves into your lane, when a child's cry pierces the night. Fear is a response to a clear and present danger, a biological tool designed to save your life. It sharpens your senses, floods your body with adrenaline, and prepares you for immediate action, to fight or to flee. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. When the tiger is gone, the alarm falls silent. Anxiety, however, is different. Anxiety is the smoke detector with a dying battery, chirping intermittently for a reason you cannot locate. It is not a response to a present danger, but the anticipation of a potential one. It is a ghost in the machine of the mind. Fear sees the lion in front of you. Anxiety is the persistent, gnawing feeling that there might be a lion, hiding behind any tree, lurking around any corner, at any possible moment. It has no clear object. It is a diffuse, free-floating dread that clings to everything. It asks not what is happening, but what if? What if I fail the presentation? What if they don't like me? What if I get sick? What if I made the wrong choice? What if I'm not good enough? Each question is a small tear in the fabric of the present moment, through which the energy of our life force leaks away into imagined, catastrophic futures. This state is not sharp and clarifying like fear. It is murky and exhausting. It lives in the clenched jaw, the shallow breath, the knot in the stomach, the mind that races in circles, while the body stays perfectly still. It is the modern condition of being on high alert, for nothing in particular, and for everything, all at once. This innate human tendency towards anxiety has found the most powerful amplifier ever invented: the digital world we now inhabit. Our technology, our glowing screens, and constant connectivity were designed to serve us, but we have, in many ways, become servants to them. Every ping, every buzz, every notification is a digital tap on the shoulder, a summons from the present moment. We have been placed into the center of what is called an attention economy, where the most valuable commodity is not gold or oil, but our own conscious awareness. And this economy functions by keeping us in a state of perpetual, low-grade agitation. The algorithms that govern our feeds are designed to provoke a reaction, to show us something that will delight, enrage, or shock us, because a placid, contented mind does not click, does not scroll, does not engage. A calm mind is bad for business. So our nervous systems are being deliberately hijacked, trained into a dopamine loop of seeking and reward. We post a picture and wait for the validation of likes. We hear a notification and feel a jolt of anticipation. We open an app intending to check one thing and emerge 45 minutes later from a trance of endless scrolling, our minds feeling scattered and strangely depleted. We are being programmed to crave novelty, to fear stillness, and to believe that we must be constantly available, constantly connected, constantly on. This creates a state where true rest becomes impossible. Even in our quiet moments, our minds are elsewhere, twitching with the phantom limb of our digital self, wondering what we might be missing. This brings us to one of the most potent drivers of modern anxiety: the fear of missing out, or FOMO. But this fear has evolved beyond its original meaning of missing a social event. It has metastasized into a much deeper, more pervasive anxiety: the fear of falling behind in the race of life itself. It is the fear of missing a crucial piece of information, a breaking news story, a stock market fluctuation, a career opportunity, a life-changing productivity hack. The internet presents us with a vision of infinite possibility, and with it, the infinite anxiety that we are not choosing the optimal path. We see the curated highlights of millions of other lives, and the comparison becomes a constant, silent judgment on our own. We feel a pressure not just to live our lives, but to perform them, to document them, and to ensure they measure up to an impossible, ever-shifting standard of success, beauty, and happiness. This is the anxiety of non-optimization, the feeling that with enough information and effort, we could engineer a perfect life, and the paralyzing fear that we are failing to do so at every moment. The Buddha and his contemporaries had a name for this agitated, restless, and scattered state of mind. They called it kapicita, which translates to monkey mind. It is a perfect metaphor. Imagine a monkey in a tree, not sitting peacefully on a branch, but swinging frantically from one to the next. It grabs a fruit here, discards it, sees another branch, leaps to it, is distracted by a sound, chatters for a moment, and then swings away again, never resting, never still, driven by impulse and whim. This is our mind in the grip of anxiety. It leaps from a worry about work, to a regret about something we said yesterday, to a fantasy about a future vacation, to a sudden pang of self-criticism. to a mental rehearsal of a conversation that will never happen. It is a storm of uncontrolled mental activity, and it is utterly exhausting. We believe this noise is who we are, that this frantic monkey is the master of the house. There is an ancient story that illustrates this condition and the way out of it. A man was walking through the countryside when he became aware of two terrifying sounds. Behind him, he could hear the steady, ominous thud of footsteps following him, and beneath him, he could see a dark, menacing shadow that mimicked his every move. Believing he was being pursued by a monster and its accomplice, he began to run. The faster he ran, the faster the footsteps sounded. Thud, 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 keeping perfect pace with his own frantic heart. And the faster he ran, the more wildly the shadow danced at his feet, sticking to him like a curse. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs ached, convinced that his only hope was to outrun these demons. Finally, utterly exhausted, he could run no more and collapsed under the shade of a large, quiet tree. He sat down, gasping for breath, and in the stillness, something remarkable happened. The terrifying thudding sound ceased, and as he sat peacefully in the shade, the menacing shadow rested quietly beside him. He realized then that the pursuer he had been running from was nothing more than the sound of his own footsteps, and the monster at his feet was only his own shadow. His suffering was not caused by an external threat, but by his own panicked flight from himself. We are that man. The shadow is our own anxious mind, our collection of fears and worries. The sound of the footsteps is the relentless momentum of our own striving. We spend our lives running, distracting ourselves, staying busy, hoping to outrun the unease that follows us. But the solution is not to run faster. The solution is to stop. It is to find a tree, a moment of stillness, and to sit. It is to turn and face the noise, to look directly at the shadow, and to realize, in the quiet clarity of awareness, that it has no power on its own. It is simply a part of us, and its frantic dance only begins when we decide to run. The first step on the path to peace is to stop running. It is to acknowledge the noise and to learn, for the first time, how to simply be still. After we have sat for a moment with the unseen noise of anxiety, we can begin to notice the strategies we use to quiet it. One of the most common and most encouraged by our culture is to fill the silence, to fill the space, to fill our lives with things. We pursue comfort and distraction through acquisition. The logic seems simple enough, a promise whispered to us from 1,000 billboards and glowing screens. If an empty space feels uncomfortable, fill it. If you feel a sense of lack, buy something. If you want to feel happy, shop. We have built an entire civilization on this premise, generating more wealth and material abundance than any society in human history. Yet, a profound question hangs in the air, refusing to be silenced by the rustle of shopping bags or the hum of new appliances. If we have so much, why do we so often feel so empty? The answer lies in a subtle, psychological trap, a treadmill from which it seems there is no escape. This phenomenon is sometimes called hedonic adaptation, but it is better understood as the happiness treadmill. It describes a fundamental truth of the human mind. We are remarkably quick to get used to things. The thrill of a new experience, especially a material one, has a very short half-life. Think of the last major purchase you were truly excited about. Perhaps it was a new car. You remember the research, the anticipation, the distinctive smell of the interior on the day you brought it home. For a week, for a month, driving it was an event. It made you feel successful, secure, new. You washed it with care. You parked it far away from other cars in the parking lot. Then, slowly, imperceptibly, the magic began to fade. The new car smell vanished. A small scratch appeared on the door. It was no longer the new car. It was just the car. It became the vehicle you take for granted to get to work, the place where you listen to the news and spill coffee. The initial peak of happiness it provided has flattened out, and your baseline level of contentment has returned to exactly where it was before. This cycle is universal. It applies to the new phone, whose dazzling screen and speed become ordinary within weeks. It applies to the larger house, whose extra rooms soon fill up and become just more space to clean. The mind's hunger for novelty is briefly satisfied, and then it reawakens, its gaze already scanning the horizon for the next thing. The promise of lasting happiness through an object is a ghost. We chase it. We think we have grasped it, but our hands close on empty air, and the chase begins anew. This is not a personal weakness. It is not a flaw in your character. It is the very nature of how the mind interacts with the world of form. The problem is that our entire economic system is built upon exploiting this very mechanism. It depends on you believing, against all your past experience, that this next thing will be the one that finally breaks the cycle. It promises an end to the treadmill, while in reality, it is only selling you a faster one. The architecture of this desire is fantastically sophisticated. Modern advertising is not really about selling you a product. It is about selling you a better version of yourself. It is a form of modern myth-making. It doesn't sell you a watch, it sells you sophistication and status. It doesn't sell you a perfume, it sells you allure and romance. It doesn't sell you an all-wheel drive vehicle. It sells you a fantasy of freedom, adventure, and rugged individualism. The unspoken message is always the same. You, in your current state, are incomplete. You are lacking. There is a hole in you, an emptiness, a quiet insecurity. And this product, this object, this experience is the missing piece that will finally make you whole. We are taught to build our identities out of brands, to signal our worth and our tribe through the things we own. We become curators of a personal museum filled with artifacts that are supposed to tell the world and ourselves who we are. But an identity built on external objects is an identity built on sand. It is fragile and requires constant maintenance. It creates a new kind of anxiety, the anxiety of possession. We worry about our things being scratched, stolen, or outdated. We are subtly enslaved by the very objects that promised us freedom. The Buddhist path does not advocate for a life of stark poverty or a rejection of basic comforts. The wisdom here is not about self-deprivation. It is about clarity. It is about learning to distinguish, with great honesty, between our true needs and our endless wants. Our needs are simple: clean air and water, nutritious food, safe shelter, meaningful connection with others. These are the foundations of a dignified life. Our wants, however, are a bottomless pit, manufactured and inflamed by the culture around us. They are the desires for things we do not need, which we are convinced will make us happy. The path to peace does not lie in finally satisfying all our wants, which is impossible, but in recognizing them for what they are and gently letting them go. It is in the profound realization that our well-being is not dependent on them. In the ancient iconography of the Buddhist world, there exists a powerful image for this state of insatiable wanting. It is the figure of the hungry ghost, or preta. These are beings depicted with enormous, bloated bellies, representing an infinite, gnawing hunger. Their craving is immense, a desperate need to consume and be filled. But they have long, spindly necks and mouths, as small as the eye of a needle. No matter how much they try to consume, they can never take in enough to fill their vast emptiness. They are trapped in a state of perpetual, agonizing frustration. They are the ultimate embodiment of desire, untethered from fulfillment. This is not just an ancient myth. The hungry ghost is alive and well, living within the psyche of the modern consumer. Its bloated belly is the endless, scrolling feed on our screens, a bottomless offering of things to want, lives to envy, and experiences to covet. Its needle-thin throat is the fleeting, almost non-existent satisfaction of a one-click purchase. It is the feeling of adding another item to a closet already full of unworn clothes. It is the ghost that whispers, "I will be happy when I get the promotion, when I get the house, when I get the new phone." The hungry ghost is the part of us that believes fulfillment is always one more acquisition away. It is a spirit of profound lack, constantly seeking outwards because it has forgotten the source of nourishment that lies within. It starves in the midst of plenty, not because there is no food, but because it has forgotten how to truly taste. And so, we must ask ourselves about the true cost of this endless pursuit. The price tag on an object is only the first and smallest installment. The larger cost is measured in life force. It is the cost of our time, the finite, precious hours of our lives, spent working in jobs we may not love, in order to buy things we do not need. It is the cost of our energy, the mental and physical effort poured into maintaining, protecting, ensuring, and worrying about our possessions. And most importantly, it is the cost of our peace. Every moment spent craving something we don't have is a moment stolen from appreciating what we do have. Every ounce of mental energy dedicated to the fantasy of a future purchase is energy that cannot be used to be present with our loved ones, to marvel at a sunset, to enjoy a simple meal, or to simply sit in quiet contentment. The emptiness of more is this: in our frantic effort to fill our lives from the outside, we neglect the inner wellspring of joy that is our birthright. The ultimate luxury is not owning more, but wanting less. It is the freedom that comes from realizing that you are already complete and that your worth is not something you can ever add to a shopping cart. The pursuit of more does not end with the things we can hold in our hands. It extends into the very fabric of the life we wish we had, a life that is paraded before us in an endless, shimmering stream. We carry in our pockets a magic window, a portal into the lives of millions. And through this portal, we engage in a ritual as old as humanity itself, but now amplified to an intensity our ancestors could never have imagined. We engage in the ritual of comparison. Social media, the digital town square of our time, was conceived with the promise of connection, but it has also, unintentionally, become the world's largest and most unforgiving stage, a theater where we are all simultaneously audience members and performers, constantly measuring ourselves against one another. It is here that the quiet dissatisfaction we feel can blossom into a sharp and painful sense of inadequacy. The fundamental illusion of this digital stage lies in a profound imbalance of information. We are comparing our behind-the-scenes footage with everyone else's highlight reel. Our own life is experienced in its totality. We are intimately familiar with its uncut version. The messy kitchen on a Tuesday morning, the moment of self-doubt before a meeting, the feeling of boredom on a quiet afternoon, the argument with a loved one, the hours spent in pajamas feeling uninspired. We know the anxieties, the imperfections, the mundane realities that make up the bulk of our existence. This is our raw, unedited footage. But when we look through the window of our phones, we see only the final, polished cut of other people's lives. We see the perfectly composed vacation photo, not the stressful journey to get there. We see the announcement of the new job, not the months of rejection and anxiety that preceded it. We see the smiling family portrait, not the argument that happened just moments before the camera clicked. We are, in essence, comparing our entire, complex reality with a carefully curated and artfully framed fantasy. Our inner world of doubt and struggle is pitted against their outer world of apparent triumph and ease. And in the face of this constant, lopsided comparison, the mind naturally draws a painful conclusion. Everyone else is doing better. Everyone else is happier, more successful, more beautiful, more loved. We develop a false consensus, a deep-seated belief that we are uniquely flawed, uniquely struggling in a world where everyone else has it figured out. This is the primary deception of the comparison trap. It isolates us in our own humanity, making us feel like strangers to a celebration that everyone else was invited to. It convinces us that our messy, authentic life is a problem to be solved, rather than a reality to be lived. In response to this perceived pressure, we begin to construct a mask. We learn, consciously or not, that the way to participate in this theater is to become a better performer. We create our own highlight reel, our own digital self. This is more than just posting a happy picture. It is the careful curation of an entire identity, a public-facing persona that we hope will be worthy of admiration and immune to judgment. We become brand managers for me, incorporated. We post the picture from the top of the mountain, but not the grueling, breathless climb. We share the image of the healthy, beautiful meal, but not the lonely dinner of leftovers eaten over the sink the next day. We perform success. We perform happiness. We perform mindfulness. We perform adventure. And a strange and tragic split begins to occur. A gap opens up between who we truly are, in all our messy complexity, and who we pretend to be online. The more applause this digital mask receives, the more we feel compelled to wear it. But the mask is also a cage. It is heavy, and it requires constant effort to maintain. It creates a deep and painful loneliness, the loneliness of being seen, but not truly known. It is the loneliness of receiving validation for a version of yourself that you know to be incomplete, a carefully edited fiction. We become afraid to be authentic because our raw reality feels so vastly different from the polished image we have projected. The fear of the mask slipping, of our true, imperfect selves being exposed, becomes a new and constant source of anxiety. We are trapped, needing the validation that our performance brings, yet feeling increasingly alienated from our own true experience. This entire system is fueled by an economy of validation. Likes, shares, and comments have become a new kind of social currency. They are digital tokens of approval, and our brains have been conditioned to crave them. When we post something and receive a flood of positive feedback, our brain releases a small hit of dopamine, the same neurotransmitter involved in pleasure and reward. We feel seen, acknowledged, and valued. This system, however, slowly and insidiously, encourages us to outsource our self-worth. Our sense of value begins to depend not on our own inner compass of integrity and character, but on the fluctuating, algorithmic approval of a faceless crowd. Our self-esteem becomes fragile, rising and falling with the tide of digital feedback. We feel a small pang of disappointment when a post doesn't perform well. We find ourselves checking our phones compulsively, seeking that next small hit of validation. We have, in effect, placed our emotional well-being into the hands of others, and not even real, present others, but the disembodied judgment of the scroll. The wisdom of Buddhism has a name for this mental habit of comparison. It is called mana, a Pali word that is often translated as conceit or pride, but its meaning is far more subtle. Mana is the act of constantly measuring the self against others. It is a deeply ingrained affliction of the ego, and it manifests in three distinct ways, all of which cause suffering. The first is the belief, I am better than them. This leads to arrogance, a puffed up sense of self, and a fear of being revealed as less than superior. The second is the belief, I am worse than them. This is the most common form experienced on social media, and it leads directly to jealousy, envy, and a diminished sense of self-worth. The third form is the belief, I am the same as them. This might seem harmless, but it leads to a state of constant competition and rivalry, a need to keep up and maintain one's position. Social media is the perfect incubator for all three forms of mana. It is an engine built to run on the fuel of comparison, a system that relentlessly triggers this ancient poison of the mind, ensuring that we are always looking sideways at others instead of forward on our own path. Imagine a couple standing on a beach at sunset. The sky is a breathtaking canvas of orange, pink, and gold. It is a moment of pure, unrepeatable beauty. Instead of simply watching it, they pull out their phone. They spend the next 10 minutes trying to capture the perfect photograph. They take dozens of shots. Can you smile more naturally? One says. Let's try a candid one. Just laugh, says the other. They pose. They filter. They adjust. They get frustrated with each other. The perfect, candid moment is anything but. Finally, they get a shot they deem worthy. They spend another 5 minutes crafting the perfect caption about the beauty of simple moments and being present. They post it. They get a rush of likes. And when they finally look up from their screen, the sun has set. The magnificent color has faded to a dull gray. The actual, lived experience, the simple joy of watching a sunset with someone you love, has been completely sacrificed at the altar of its own representation. They did not experience the moment, they merely documented it. This is the ultimate trap. In our desperate attempt to prove that we are living a beautiful life, we forget to actually live it. The path to freedom begins with the courage to put the phone down, to let the moment be what it is, undocumented, unperformed, and simply, authentically, yours. The forms of suffering we have explored so far, from the hum of anxiety to the emptiness of materialism and the sting of comparison, all share a common characteristic. They pull us out of the felt reality of our own lives. They convince us that peace, happiness, and wholeness are located somewhere else, in another person's life, in a future acquisition, or in a more perfect version of ourselves. But there is perhaps no escape more common, more subtle, and more constant than the one we perform hundreds of times a day inside the theater of our own minds. It is the escape from the present moment. We have become a culture of people who are physically in one place, but mentally, emotionally, somewhere else, entirely. We are masters of time travel, and the price of this constant journeying is the loss of the only life we ever truly have. The untrained mind is a time machine. This is its default setting. Without conscious intention, it will leap from the present and hurtle into one of two phantom worlds, the past or the future. The past is a vast, ghostly museum, and we are its sole, obsessive curator. We wander its halls, drawn to the same exhibits again and again. We stand before the display case of a past humiliation, feeling the heat of its shame as if it were happening now. We replay a painful conversation, editing our lines in our head, thinking of all the clever or cutting things we should have said. We linger in the warm glow of a past triumph, a golden age that makes the present seem dull and grey by comparison. We are arguing with ghosts, trying to rewrite a history that has already been written, sealed, and archived. This museum is a place of memory, but we treat it like a home, spending so much of our time there that we become ghosts ourselves, haunting the corridors of what was, unable to fully inhabit what is. If the past is a museum, the future is a vast, foggy landscape upon which we are constantly projecting our own creations. And more often than not, these creations are monuments to anxiety. We are architects of catastrophe. We sit at our desks, but our minds are in next week's meeting, rehearsing failure. We lie in bed at night, but our minds are simulating 1,000 potential disasters, financial ruin, illness, the loss of a loved one. We are playing a chess game against a phantom opponent, trying to calculate every possible move, every potential threat, convinced that if we can just worry enough, we can control the outcome. We construct elaborate arguments for conversations that may never happen. We feel the stress of deadlines that are months away. We are living in a state of preparation for a life that has not yet arrived, sacrificing the peace of today for the imagined security of tomorrow. The mind believes this constant planning and worrying is a useful activity, a way to protect itself. But in reality, it is like paying interest on a debt you may never owe. These two modes of mental time travel are powered by two of the most potent thieves of human energy: regret and worry. They are the twin specters that steal the vitality of the present. Regret is the futile attempt to steer a ship that has already docked. It is an argument with reality, a refusal to accept the unchangeable nature of what has passed. It is fueled by the toxic phrase, "If only. If only I had taken that job. If only I hadn't said that thing. If only I had been a different person." Each "if only" is a turn of a knife in a wound that could otherwise heal. It keeps the past alive not as a source of wisdom, but as a source of ongoing pain. Worry is its future-oriented twin. It is the attempt to build a fortress on shifting sand. It is fueled by the equally toxic phrase, "What if? What if I lose my job? What if they reject me? What if the worst happens?" Each what if is a seed of anxiety from which a forest of suffering can grow. Worry makes us suffer 1,000 times in imagination for calamities that may never occur in reality. Both regret and worry are rooted in the illusion that we can, through sheer mental force, control the uncontrollable. The past is gone. The future is unknown. The only place we have any real power is the here and now, the very place these twin thieves convince us to abandon. The great secret, the truth hidden in plain sight, is that the present moment is the only reality we will ever experience. It is the only point of contact with life itself. The past does not exist, except as a memory trace, a thought appearing in your mind now. The future does not exist, except as a projection, a thought appearing in your mind now. Your entire life unfolds in a single, continuous, and ever-changing moment of now. To miss the now is to miss your life. It is like standing on the bank of a river and trying to drink from the water that flowed by yesterday, or from the water that is still miles upstream. The river of life is only ever where you are. To be truly alive is to be fully present. It is to feel the sensation of the air entering your lungs. It is to notice the warmth of the sun on your skin. It is to truly taste the food you are eating. It is to truly hear the words of the person speaking to you, instead of just formulating your reply. When we are lost in the past or the future, we are sleepwalking through our own existence. We are eating without tasting, touching without feeling, living without being alive. The practice of waking up from this dream of time is the essence of mindfulness. It is not a complex technique or a mystical state. It is simply the act of intentionally bringing your awareness back to the present moment, without judgment. And the most powerful tool for this return is always with you. It is your own breath. The breath has a unique quality. It is always happening in the now. You cannot take a breath that is in the past. You cannot take a breath that is in the future. To be aware of your breathing is, by definition, to be present. The breath becomes an anchor, a tether for the wandering mind. When you notice that your mind has drifted into the museum of the past or the fog of the future, you can gently, kindly guide it back to the simple, physical sensation of the breath flowing in and the breath flowing out. Each time you do this, you are strengthening a mental muscle. You are exercising your capacity to inhabit your own life. There is a story of a ferryman whose job it was to row people across a wide and sometimes turbulent river. He was known for his calm demeanor, even in the midst of storms. One day, a passenger, a nervous merchant, asked him, "How can you be so calm? Aren't you worried about the storms that might come? Aren't you troubled by the difficult passengers you have had to deal with in the past?" The ferryman, without breaking the rhythm of his rowing, replied, "The shore we left behind is no longer my concern. The shore we are going to is not yet my reality. My work, my entire world, is this oar, in this water, in this moment. If I attend to this single stroke with all my attention, the next stroke will be a good one. And if all my strokes are good, we will reach the other side safely." This is the wisdom of the present moment. Our life is the river. The past and future are the distant shores. Our task is not to fret about either shore, but to attend to the single stroke of the oar that is this very moment. In this simple, focused action, there is no room for regret or worry. There is only the quiet power and profound peace of being exactly where you are. We have wandered through the landscape of our modern disquiet. We have felt the unseen noise of anxiety, the hollowness of materialism, the sting of comparison, and the exhaustion of a mind lost in time. These are not isolated problems. They are not random flaws in our individual personalities. They are symptoms, different expressions of a single, underlying condition that is fundamental to human life. To simply list these symptoms, however, is not enough. A list can make us feel overwhelmed, as if we are beset by 1,000 different enemies. A true path to healing begins not with a list, but with a unified diagnosis. It requires a clear, courageous look at the root of the issue. This is the genius and the compassion of the Buddha's first great teaching. He did not begin with a promise or a commandment. He began as a great physician of the mind would. He began by naming the ailment. This first step is known as the first noble truth, and it is often translated from the ancient Pali language into English with a single, heavy, and deeply misunderstood word: suffering. When Westerners hear this, they often recoil. They imagine that Buddhism must be a pessimistic, morbid, or life-denying philosophy. They think the first truth is a declaration that life is nothing but pain and misery. But this is a profound misreading, a failure of translation that misses the hope embedded in the diagnosis. The word the Buddha used was dukkha. To understand dukkha, we must set aside the English word suffering and its baggage of relentless agony. While dukkha certainly includes pain and sorrow, its meaning is far broader and more subtle. Imagine a potter's wheel, spinning smoothly and silently. Now imagine a wheel on an old cart, where the axle hole is not perfectly centered. As this wheel turns, It will still function. It will still carry the cart forward, but the ride will be bumpy. There will be a constant vibration, a friction, a low-grade stress, a fundamental sense of being slightly off-kilter. This is dukkha. It is unsatisfactoriness. It is disquiet. It is the inherent friction that comes with being a finite, conditioned being in a world of constant change. So, the first noble truth is not a pessimistic judgment that life is bad. It is a realistic, compassionate, and ultimately hopeful diagnosis that our experience of life is characterized by this fundamental friction. It is the physician looking at us with kind eyes and saying, "I see that you are uncomfortable. Let us understand the nature of this discomfort, so that we may find a remedy." This fundamental friction of dukkha manifests in our lives in three distinct ways. The first is the most obvious. It is dukkha dukkha, the dukkha of painful experiences. This is the pain of pain. It is the headache that throbs in your temples. It is the sharp grief that comes with the loss of a loved one. It is the anxiety of a frightening medical diagnosis, the sting of betrayal, the frustration of failure, the slow indignities of aging, and the undeniable reality of our own mortality. This form of dukkha is unavoidable and universally understood. No life is without it. To pretend otherwise is to live in a state of denial. It is the raw, overt pain that we typically think of when we hear the word suffering. The second form is more subtle and perhaps more pervasive. It is called viparinama dukkha, the dukkha of change, or the pain of impermanence. This is the unsatisfactoriness that arises because pleasant experiences do not last. Even our happiness is tinged with dukkha. Think of a moment of pure joy, a spectacular sunset, a perfect meal, the embrace of a loved one, the peak of a hard-won success. These moments are beautiful and real, but they are also transient. The sun will set, the meal will end, the embrace will release, the success will fade into memory. And because we know this, a part of our mind tries to cling, to hold on, to freeze the moment in time. This clinging, this resistance to the natural flow of change, is itself a form of suffering. It is the stress that haunts our happiness. It is the reason we cannot fully relax into our joy, because a quiet voice whispers, "This won't last." This form of dukkha explains why a life filled with pleasant experiences can still feel deeply unsatisfactory. We are trying to build a permanent home on the shifting sands of time, and the constant effort of holding it all together is exhausting. The third form is the deepest and most challenging to grasp. It is sankhara dukkha, the dukkha of conditioned existence. This is the background hum of unsatisfactoriness that is woven into the very fabric of being a self. It is the friction of the off-center wheel. It is present even when we are not in overt pain and not clinging to a pleasant experience that is fading. It is the fundamental stress of being a vulnerable, temporary, and interdependent being whose happiness depends on an intricate web of conditions that we do not control. Our mood depends on the weather, on the words of others, on the state of our body, on the chemicals in our brain. We are not solid, independent masters of our universe. We are a confluence of shifting conditions. The recognition of this inherent precariousness, this lack of solid ground beneath our feet, is sankhara dukkha. It is the existential angst that can surface in a quiet moment, the feeling that something is not quite right, even when everything on the surface seems fine. It is the disquiet that motivated the Buddha himself to leave his palace. He had every worldly pleasure, yet he felt this deep, underlying friction of existence. To finally acknowledge these truths is not an act of pessimism, It is an act of supreme courage. It is the moment we finally agree to tell ourselves the truth. It is the end of pretending, the end of the exhausting effort to maintain the illusion that life should be a state of perpetual, problem-free bliss. In this acknowledgement, something remarkable happens. Our personal suffering begins to feel less personal. We see that this friction, this dukkha, is not our private shame. It is the shared condition of all beings. This brings us to the story of a woman named Kisa Gotami. Kisa Gotami's young son had died, and she was consumed by a grief so powerful it drove her to madness. Clutching the small, lifeless body, she went from house to house, from teacher to teacher, desperately seeking a medicine that could bring him back to life. Some mocked her, others pitied her, but no one could help her. Finally, she was sent to the Buddha. He looked at her with immense compassion and said, "There is only one thing that can help you. Go into the village and bring me back a single mustard seed from any house where no one has ever died." Hopeful, Kisa Gotami went from door to door. At the first house, she asked for the seed. "You may have a mustard seed," the woman there said, "but in this house, my husband died just last year." She went to the next house. "Please, take all the mustard seeds you want," the man said, "but I lost my parents in this very house." She went to another house, and another, and another. In every home, there was a story of loss. A child, a parent, a sibling, a spouse. Everyone had been touched by death. As the sun began to set, the profound truth of her quest dawned on her. Her sorrow was not hers alone. This experience of loss was not a unique curse visited upon her. It was the universal, inescapable nature of life. Her personal, unbearable grief was transformed into a shared, compassionate understanding. She returned to the Buddha, not with a mustard seed, but with a quiet heart. Her healing did not come from a magical cure that denied reality, but from the courageous acceptance of reality itself. This is the gift of the first noble truth. It is the Buddha telling us what Kisa Gotami discovered on her journey. The pain you feel is real. The anxiety, the grief, the dissatisfaction. It is not an illusion, and it is not your fault. It is a part of this human life, a life we all share. In courageously and compassionately acknowledging this shared disquiet, we take the first essential step out of isolation and onto the path of wisdom. We stop fighting the river and learn, for the first time, to understand its current. For only by understanding the nature of our ailment can we begin to inquire into its cause and ultimately discover its cure. When a skilled physician makes a diagnosis, it is not a declaration of doom. It is the dawn of hope. The act of naming an illness, of understanding its nature, transforms a person from a helpless victim of circumstance into an active participant in their own healing. In the first noble truth, the Buddha looked upon humanity with the compassionate eyes of such a physician and named our shared condition, dukkha, the fundamental unsatisfactoriness of a life, lived out of harmony with reality. This diagnosis, far from being pessimistic, is the necessary first step, because a problem that is understood is a problem that can be addressed. This leads us directly to the second noble truth, which answers the most crucial question of all. Where does this dukkha come from? If life is a bumpy ride on an off-center wheel, what causes the friction? The answer provided by the second noble truth, known as samudaya, is perhaps the most revolutionary and empowering insight in all of human psychology. It declares that the source of our suffering is not to be found in the world outside of us. It is not our boss, our partner, the political climate, or our financial situation that is the ultimate cause of our disquiet. These are merely the conditions, the sparks, The fire itself, the great conflagration of suffering, arises from within our own minds. The origin of all our sorrow, anxiety, and stress is our own deep-seated, habitual reaction to the unfolding of life. It is our relentless craving for things to be different than they are. In a famous discourse known as the Fire Sermon, the Buddha declared that everything is burning. The eye is burning, forms are burning, consciousness at the eye is burning, the ear is burning, sounds are burning, the mind is burning, thoughts are burning. And with what are they burning? They are burning with the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion. These three fires, known in Buddhism as the three poisons, are the origin of all our suffering. They are the engine of dukkha. Our task, therefore, is not to try and rearrange the world so that it no longer produces sparks. That is an impossible task. Our task is to learn how to extinguish the fires within, so that when the sparks of life inevitably land, they fall on cool, wet ground, not on a pile of dry tinder. Let us, then, look closely at these three flames, beginning with the one that pulls us forward with an unquenchable force. The first fire is tanha. This Pali word is often translated as craving or desire, but its literal meaning is more visceral, more primal. Tanha means thirst. It is not a casual preference or a mild want. It is a deep, desperate, driving thirst for something to quench a perceived lack within us. It is the urgent voice of the ego whispering, or often screaming, "I need this to be happy. I need this to be complete. I need this to be okay." It is a state of inner tension, a forward-leaning momentum that is never satisfied with what is presently here. This thirst is not a single, simple urge. It manifests in three distinct streams, each one carving a deep channel through our psyche. The first and most recognizable stream is kama tanha, the thirst for sense pleasures. This is the relentless pursuit of agreeable sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and physical sensations. It is the craving for the delicious meal, the beautiful body, the perfect song, the luxurious fabric, the intoxicating scent. Our modern consumer culture is built almost entirely on stimulating and satisfying this thirst. We are promised that happiness is just one more click, one more episode, one more slice of cake, one more sensory delight away. This thirst drives us to seek constant stimulation, to fill every moment with some form of entertainment or pleasure, because we have come to fear the silence and stillness where we might have to face our own inner state. We become ghosts at a banquet, flitting from one dish to the next, tasting everything but being nourished by nothing, because the moment the pleasure of one sensation fades, the thirst for the next one immediately arises. The second stream of thirst is more subtle, but even more powerful. It is bhavatana, the thirst for existence, for becoming. This is not just the thirst for a pleasant feeling. It is the thirst for a particular identity. It is the ego's deep craving to be something more, something better, something permanent. It is the ambition for fame, the hunger for power, the obsession with status and recognition. It is the thirst to be seen as intelligent, successful, attractive, or special. This thirst fuels our relentless striving, our workaholism, our desperate need to construct a legacy that will outlast our mortal bodies. It is the force behind the carefully curated mask of social media, the deep desire to become the idealized self we project to the world. Bhavatanha is the ego's desperate attempt to solidify its own existence, to build a monument to itself in a world where everything, including the self, is in constant flux. It is the thirst to become a noun in a universe that is made only of verbs. The third stream is the most paradoxical and perhaps the most painful. It is vibhava tanha, the thirst for non-existence, for annihilation. If the first two thirsts are about pulling things toward us, this is the thirst to violently push things away. It is the desperate craving for an unpleasant feeling, a difficult situation, a painful memory, or an aspect of ourselves to simply cease to be. It is the voice that screams, "I can't stand this anymore. Make it stop." This thirst for annihilation manifests in all forms of escapism. It is the drink we take to numb the pain, the drug we use to blot out reality, the endless hours of mindless entertainment we consume to avoid our own thoughts. It is the deep aversion to our own anxiety, our own sadness, our own perceived flaws. In its most extreme and tragic form, vibhava tanha is the desire for self-destruction, the belief that the only way to end the pain of being a self is to annihilate the self altogether. It is the ultimate expression of our inability to simply be with what is difficult. All three forms of thirst share a common, tragic feature. They can never, ever be quenched by indulging them. This is the wisdom in the parable of the person lost in the desert, who, dying of thirst, comes across a vast ocean. In their delirium, they cup the water in their hands and drink it greedily. For a fleeting moment, the coolness soothes their parched throat, but it is salt water. The more they drink, the more dehydrated they become. The more they drink, the more intense and agonizing their thirst grows. The very act of trying to quench the thirst is what amplifies it. This is the perfect metaphor for tanha. Every time we indulge a craving, we are drinking salt water, the new car, the praise from our boss, the distraction of a video game. They provide a moment of relief, but they only strengthen the underlying mechanism of thirst itself. They reinforce the deep, subconscious belief that happiness is located outside of us, in the next thing we can get, or the next thing we can get rid of. The second great fire that burns within us is dvesha, which can be translated as aversion, ill will, or hatred. If tanha is the magnetic pull towards what we find pleasant, dvesha is the violent push against what we find unpleasant. It is the mind's energetic no to reality. It is the internal resistance to what is actually happening. This fire also burns across a wide spectrum of intensity. At its low end, it is simple irritation and annoyance, the frustration of being stuck in traffic, the impatience with a slow computer, the anger at someone who cuts us in line. It is the constant, low-grade friction of a world that refuses to conform to our expectations. In its hotter forms, dvesha becomes righteous indignation and anger. We see injustice, cruelty, or stupidity, and we feel a hot surge of opposition. Sometimes, this anger can be a catalyst for positive action, but more often, it simply consumes our own peace. We become so fixated on what is wrong with the world that we lose our capacity to appreciate what is right. We carry the misdeeds of others around with us, like a sack of rocks, weighing us down. And at its most intense, dvesha becomes deep-seated hatred, a desire to harm or destroy that which we perceive as a threat. This fire, regardless of its intensity, always burns the one who carries it. As the Buddha famously said, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. Aversion, in all its forms, is a poison we drink, hoping the other person will die. It is a futile and self-destructive battle against the unchangeable reality of the present moment. It is crucial to see that tanha and dvesha, craving and aversion, are not two separate problems. They are two heads of the same beast, They are the north and south poles of a single axis of reactivity. We feel aversion when something we dislike threatens to interfere with something we crave. We are annoyed by the crying baby on the airplane because we crave peace and quiet. We hate the rival who gets the promotion because we crave the success for ourselves. Our life becomes a frantic oscillation between these two poles, pulling what we want towards us and pushing what we don't want away. We are like puppets, and our cravings and aversions are the strings, yanking us back and forth, ensuring we are never at rest, never stable, never free. We are constantly at war with our own experience, and this war is the very definition of dukkha. What allows these two fires of craving and aversion to burn so endlessly? If they are so painful, why can we not simply stop? It is because they are fueled by a third, deeper, and more pervasive fire. This is the fire of avidya, which means ignorance or delusion. Now, this is not ignorance in the sense of being uneducated or unintelligent. A person can have multiple doctorates and still be consumed by avidya. This is a spiritual blindness, a fundamental misperception of the true nature of reality. It is the dark, smoky fuel that feeds the bright, hot flames of craving and aversion. Avidya is the simple, profound, and deeply ingrained habit of not seeing things as they really are. Specifically, avidya is the ignorance of the three fundamental characteristics of existence we have touched upon before: anicca, impermanence; dukkha, unsatisfactoriness; and anatta, no self. First, we are blind to the reality of anicca. We act and feel as though things are permanent. We crave a happy moment and cling to it with all our might, ignoring the universal law that all things must change and pass away. We feel aversion to a painful feeling, believing it will last forever, ignoring the truth that it, too, is a transient cloud in the sky of the mind. This blindness to impermanence is what gives our craving its desperation and our aversion its bitterness. We are fighting a losing battle against the very flow of the universe. Second, we are blind to the reality of dukkha itself. We persistently believe that if we can just get the right combination of objects, experiences, and relationships, we will find lasting, permanent happiness. We seek ultimate satisfaction in conditioned things, which by their very nature are incapable of providing it. We drink the salt water of sense pleasures again and again, each time surprised and disappointed when the thirst returns. This is like a scientist stubbornly repeating a failed experiment, hoping for a different result. This ignorance is the refusal to learn the most basic lesson of our own experience, that chasing happiness outside ourselves is a game that can never be won. Finally, and most profoundly, we are blind to the reality of anatta, or no self. This is the deepest delusion. The fires of craving and aversion are always personal. It is I who wants this. It is I who hates that. The entire drama of our suffering revolves around this central character, this I, which we believe to be a solid, separate, continuous entity. We take everything personally because we believe there is a person there to take it. But Buddhist wisdom reveals that this I is an illusion. It is not a permanent thing, but a temporary process, a shifting collection of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. There is no little king on a throne inside our heads. The ignorance of this truth, the deep-seated belief in a solid and separate self, is the ultimate source of the fuel. As long as we believe in this isolated I, we will be driven to protect it, defend it, and enhance it. And this is the very project that generates endless craving and aversion. And so, the cycle is complete. Our fundamental blindness to the nature of reality, avidya, causes us to thirst for things to be different than they are, tanha, and to feel aversion towards the way things are, dvesha. These reactions cause us to think, speak, and act in certain ways, and these actions create karmic imprints that reinforce our original blindness. We are caught in a self-perpetuating loop, a vicious cycle, a wheel of fire that is constantly turning, powered by our own reactions. This is the diagnosis of the second noble truth. Our suffering is not a random punishment from an unjust universe. It is a fire of our own making. And this, truly, is the best news we could ever receive. Because if we are the ones who light the fire, we are also the ones who can put it out. The great fire of thirst, tanha, is the engine of our disquiet. It is the restless, forward-leaning energy that says, I need. But a thirst does not exist in a vacuum. When this thirst is repeatedly acted upon, when it finds an object to fixate on, it condenses and solidifies. It evolves from a free-floating desire into a focused, powerful grip. This grip, this mental act of clinging and grasping, is known in the Buddhist teachings as upadana. It is the moment craving becomes attachment. If thirst is the impulse to reach for something, attachment is the refusal to let it go. It is the psychological superglue that binds our sense of self to the objects of our desire, be they people, possessions, ideas, or outcomes. And while this clinging is born from a deep-seated desire for security, it is, ironically, the very architecture of our deepest anxieties. We believe our attachments make us safe, but they are the bars of a cage we build around ourselves. Nowhere is this more misunderstood than in the realm of human connection. Our culture, in its songs, its stories, and its poems, relentlessly confuses the states of love and attachment. We are taught that the intensity of our grip is the measure of our love. We see jealousy as a sign of passion, possessiveness as a sign of devotion, and a desperate need for another person as the pinnacle of romance. But from the perspective of wisdom, love and attachment are not only different, they are fundamentally opposing forces. One leads to freedom and joy, the other to suffering and bondage. Love, in its purest form, is an expression of generosity. It is the unconditional wish for another being to be happy, to be free, and to be at peace, independent of what they can offer us. Love is spacious. It trusts, it allows, it celebrates the autonomy of the other. It is the simple, heartfelt wish, may you be well. It does not come with a hidden ledger of expectations. It finds joy in the other's joy and does not feel threatened by their growth, even if that growth leads them in a different direction. It is the open, radiating warmth of the sun, which shines on all without demanding anything in return. It is the state of an open hand. Attachment, on the other hand, is an expression of poverty. It arises from a perceived lack within the self, a deep-seated feeling of incompleteness. Attachment uses another person as a strategy to fill this inner void. It is not about wishing them well. It is about needing them to make us feel well. It is contractive, anxious, and fearful. While love says, I want you to be happy, attachment says, I want you to make me happy. It comes with a hidden contract, a long list of terms and conditions. I will love you if you never leave me. I will love you if you always make me feel secure. I will love you if you conform to the image I have of you. Attachment is what gives rise to jealousy, possessiveness, and control. Because if the other person is the source of our well-being, then their potential departure becomes a terrifying threat to our very survival. This is not the warmth of the sun. It is the desperate grip of a drowning person, which often ends up pulling the rescuer down as well. This clinging is not limited to our relationships with people. We form powerful and often painful attachments to the contents of our own minds. We cling to our ideas and our identities. We become attached to an idealized version of who we think we are, or who we think we should be. We might be attached to the identity of being the smart one, the successful one, the creative one, or even the spiritual one. We then live in constant, low-grade fear of any evidence to the contrary. A criticism doesn't just challenge an opinion, it threatens our very sense of self. A failure is not just an event, it is a judgment on our core worth. We are in a relationship, not with our true, fluid, and ever-changing self, but with a static, brittle statue of ourselves that we are constantly trying to protect and polish. In the same way, we become deeply attached to how we believe our lives should unfold. We create a detailed mental script for our future. We will get this specific job, marry this specific person, live in this specific house, and have this specific kind of perfect vacation. We become attached not to reality, but to our fantasy of reality. Then, when the river of life inevitably deviates from the course we have charted, we experience immense suffering. We feel frustration, anger, and a sense of profound injustice. Why isn't it working out the way it was supposed to? The suffering does not come from the events themselves, but from the gap between those events and our rigidly held blueprint. Our attachment to a single, imagined outcome blinds us to the beauty, the lessons, and the unexpected gifts that can arise from the unplanned detours of our journey. We are so fixated on the destination we invented that we fail to see the stunning landscape we are actually traveling through. There is a simple and brilliant parable that illustrates the mechanics of this self-imposed imprisonment. It is the story of the monkey trap. In certain parts of the world, hunters will hollow out a coconut, leaving an opening just large enough for a monkey's slender hand to pass through. Inside the coconut, they place a heap of rice or some other sweet treat. The trap is then chained to a tree. Sooner or later, a monkey will come along, smell the treat, and slip its hand through the narrow opening. It will grasp the rice, forming a large, generous fist. And now, the trap is sprung. With its hand clenched into a fist, the monkey cannot pull it out of the opening. It will pull and tug, scream and chatter in frustration and rage, but it cannot get free. There is no cage. There are no bars holding the monkey. It is held captive only by its own clenched fist, by its own adamant refusal to let go of the prize. The freedom of the monkey is always just one thought away, the thought to simply open its hand. But its attachment is so strong, its craving so powerful, that it will remain trapped, sometimes until the hunters return. We are all this monkey. The coconut is our life situation. The rice is whatever we are clinging to so desperately. It may be a relationship that no longer serves us. It may be a job title that defines our sense of worth. It may be an old anger or resentment that we nurse like a precious jewel. It may be a belief about the world that makes us feel secure. It may be the image of the person we used to be. We grasp it, we form a fist around it, and we find ourselves trapped. We struggle and pull against reality, blaming the trap, blaming the chain, blaming the world for our predicament. All the while, completely unaware that the mechanism of our imprisonment is in our own hand, in our own mind. Freedom is always available, but it requires an act of immense courage. The courage to unclench, to release, to let go. This is why attachment is the direct cause of the fear of loss. The very act of grasping creates the anxiety that our grip will be broken. The tighter we hold on to someone, the more we live in fear of them leaving. The more we identify with our wealth, the more we fear poverty. The more we cling to our youth, the more we dread the mirror. Our attachments make us fragile. They make us live in a constant state of defense. Non-attachment is not the opposite of love. It is not a cold, sterile indifference. It is the prerequisite for true, fearless love. It is the ability to participate in life wholeheartedly, to love deeply, to work with passion, because our sense of well-being is no longer dependent on the outcome. It is the freedom of the monkey who opens its hand, leaves the rice, and scampers back up the tree into the fullness of its life. The path to peace is the path of learning to live with an open hand, able to receive the gifts of the world without clinging to them, and able to let them go when it is time for them to pass. We have seen how the fires of craving and aversion burn within us, and how that thirst solidifies into the grip of attachment. We cling to people, to possessions, to outcomes. But now we must ask the most fundamental question of all. Who or what is doing the clinging? At the center of this entire drama of suffering, there seems to be a protagonist. There is an I. It is I who wants the promotion. It is I who fears rejection. It is I who feels anger. I who feels pride. I who feels incomplete. We live our entire lives assuming the reality of this central character. We imagine it as a kind of chief executive officer sitting in the headquarters of our skull, pulling the levers, making the decisions, and feeling the consequences. We work tirelessly to protect this I, to enhance it, and to defend it from all threats. It is the most precious thing we have. This leads to the most radical, the most challenging, and ultimately the most liberating inquiry in all of Buddhist thought. What if there is no one in the CEO's office? What if this solid, continuous, separate self we work so hard to protect is the most subtle and powerful illusion of all? Embark on a simple investigation with yourself. Right now, look for this self. Where is it? You might first look to your body. Is your body you? It seems so. And yet, the body you have today is composed of almost entirely different cells than the body you had 7 years ago. The physical form of the 5-year-old child who shares your name is gone, replaced molecule by molecule. Your body is not a static object. It is a river of constant change. So, you cannot be your body. Perhaps then, you are your mind? But what is that? Are you your thoughts? Thoughts arise, unbidden, and then vanish. They are like clouds passing through the vast sky of awareness. You are the witness of your thoughts, but are you the thoughts themselves? If you were, you would disappear every time your mind went quiet. So, you cannot be your thoughts. Well then, are you your emotions? The joy, the sadness, the anger that feels so intensely personal, so quintessentially me. But emotions are like the weather. They sweep in, dominate the landscape for a time, and then dissipate, replaced by another weather pattern. You are not the storm. You are the sky in which the storm takes place. The more we search for a solid, unchanging thing that we can call a self, the more we find only shifting, transient processes. The experience is like peeling an onion. We peel away one layer, then the next, searching for the solid core at the center. But as we peel away the final layer, we are left with nothing. The profound realization is that the onion was nothing but the sum of its layers. There was no core to begin with. The Buddha undertook this same investigation with forensic precision. His conclusion was that what we mistake for a solid self is, in fact, a dynamic, interacting process of 5 distinct functions. These are known as the five aggregates, or skandhas, which can be translated as heaps or bundles. They are the building blocks of our moment-to-moment experience. The first aggregate is form, or rupa. This is the entire physical world, including our own body. It is everything we can see, hear, smell, taste, and touch. It is the feeling of the chair supporting you, the sight of the light in your room, the sound of these words. We are conditioned to identify with this form, to say, "This body is me." The second aggregate is feeling, or vedana. This is not a complex emotion, but the raw, immediate tone of any experience. As soon as there is contact between a sense organ and an object, the eye, and a sight, the ear and a sound, a feeling tone arises. It is either pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. It is the simple ouch of a stubbed toe, the simple ah of a warm bath, or the simple neutrality of seeing a crack in the pavement. The third aggregate is perception, or sanya. This is the mind's labeling function. It is the faculty that recognizes, identifies, and gives concepts to our experience. It doesn't just feel the pleasantness of a warm bath. It perceives, this is a warm bath. It doesn't just feel the pain of a critical comment. It perceives, this is an insult. Our perceptions are heavily conditioned by our past, our culture, and our personal history. Two people can witness the exact same event and have wildly different perceptions of it. The fourth aggregate is mental formations, or sankhara. This is the largest and most complex of the heaps. It includes all of our volitional activities, our habits, biases, prejudices, intentions, and moods. It is the chattering, monkey mind. It is the part of you that forms an opinion, that makes a plan, that feels ambition, that worries, that remembers, that loves, that hates. It is the vast collection of our mental and emotional patterns, both conscious and unconscious. The fifth and final aggregate is consciousness, or vijnana. This is the basic faculty of knowing, or awareness. It is the light that illuminates the other four aggregates. There is eye consciousness, which knows a sight. There is ear consciousness, which knows a sound. There is mind consciousness, which knows a thought or a feeling. It is not a continuous, singular consciousness. It arises and passes away with each object it knows. It is the bare knowing that form, feeling, perception, and mental formations are present. The Buddha's profound insight was this: our experience consists of nothing but these five shifting processes. There is no permanent, independent I hiding somewhere inside or behind them. The self is not a thing, but an event. What we call the ego is the storyteller, the narrative function of the mind that takes this impersonal, flowing stream of aggregates and weaves them into a story with a protagonist at its center. The ego creates a character called me, and then spends the rest of its life trying to promote and defend this fictional character. The classic illustration of this teaching is found in the story of the Buddhist sage Nagasena and the Greek king Melinda. The king, a man of keen intellect, approached Nagasena and asked his name. The sage replied that he was known as Nagasena, but that this was merely a convenient designation, a name for a collection of parts, and that no permanent person could be found. The king was skeptical. He pointed to his magnificent chariot and asked, "Is this chariot the pole, the axle, the wheels, the frame?" Nagasena replied no to each question. "Then, is it all of these parts combined?" The king pressed. "No, your majesty," Nagasena replied. The king was triumphant, declaring that Nagasena's chariot did not exist. Nagasena then turned the question back on the king. "Your majesty, is your hair, yourself, Are your nails yourself? Is your body, your feelings, your thoughts, yourself? To each question, the king had to answer no. Nagasina's point was clear. Just as the word chariot is a convenient name for a functional arrangement of parts that work together, the word self is a convenient name for the functional arrangement of the 5 aggregates. Look as closely as you like, but you will never find a separate, intrinsic chariotness in the chariot, nor a separate, intrinsic selfness in a person. At first, this idea can be terrifying. It can feel like a declaration of nihilism, that we do not exist. But this is a misunderstanding. The teaching of anatta, or no self, is not saying that nothing exists. It is saying that nothing exists permanently and independently. It is a shift from seeing yourself as a noun to seeing yourself as a verb. You are not a static thing. You are a dynamic process of living, thinking, feeling, and being aware. And in this shift lies the key to profound liberation. If there is no fixed, solid self to defend, then what is there to be threatened? When someone criticizes you, you can see it not as an attack on the permanent core of me, but as an unpleasant sound, an unpleasant feeling, and a series of thoughts arising and passing away in the stream of experience. When you fail at a task, it is not a final verdict on your unchanging worth, but simply an event, an outcome from which you can learn. An identity built on being a solid thing is brittle and fragile. An identity, understood as a fluid process, is resilient, adaptable, and free. You take things less personally because you realize there is no person there to take them. This realization dissolves the very root of our defensiveness, our anger, and our fear. It is the ultimate letting go. It is letting go of the attachment to the very idea of a self, the central character in the story of suffering. And when that character disappears, the story of suffering loses its protagonist and begins, finally, to unravel. We have journeyed inward, searching for the solid ground of the self, only to find a flowing river of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. We have seen how our attachment to a fixed idea of this self causes us to grasp and cling, believing our happiness depends on getting what we want. Now, we must turn our gaze to the other side of this coin, to the equal and opposite reaction that governs so much of our lives. We must examine the powerful, energetic force of aversion. If attachment is the mind's desperate pull, aversion, or dvesha, is its violent push. It is the mind's declaration of war on reality, the forceful and exhausting refusal to accept the present moment when it is unpleasant. While life inevitably delivers moments of pain, it is this internal act of pushing away that transforms fleeting pain into enduring suffering. Let us be clear from the outset. The path of wisdom is not a path of denial. It does not pretend that life is free from difficulty. The world is full of experiences that are genuinely unpleasant, unjust, and painful. There is sickness and loss. There is cruelty and betrayal. There are people who act in harmful ways. There are moments when our bodies ache and our hearts break. These experiences are real, and they hurt. In the language of Buddhist psychology, these events are called first arrows. They are the initial, unavoidable impacts of life. A sudden illness is a first arrow. A harsh criticism from your boss is a first arrow. The grief of losing a friend is a first arrow. These arrows fly towards us from the world, and to a great extent, their flight is beyond our control. No amount of spiritual practice will create a magical force field that deflects all of life's initial pains. The aim is not to become untouchable. The aim is to become wise in how we respond when we are touched. And here we arrive at the heart of the matter, at one of the most practical and transformative teachings for navigating the human condition. After the first arrow strikes, the untrained mind, in its panic and confusion, does something remarkable. It reaches back into its own quiver, pulls out a second arrow, and shoots it directly into the very same wound. This second arrow is our own reaction. It is the story we tell ourselves about the pain. It is the judgment, the resentment, the self-pity, the anger, the fear, and the despair that we pile on top of the initial event. The first arrow is the pain of life. The second arrow is the suffering of our own making. Let this be very concrete. Imagine you wake up with a throbbing headache. That is the first arrow. It is an unpleasant physical sensation, and it is unavoidable. The second arrow is the mental monologue that immediately begins. Oh no, not today. Why is this happening to me? I have so much to do. My whole day is going to be ruined. I can't possibly function like this. This is a disaster. All of this commentary, this narrative of catastrophe, is the second arrow. It is a wave of mental and emotional distress that you are adding to the initial physical pain, making the entire experience exponentially worse. The headache is just a sensation. The story you tell about it is what creates the suffering. Consider another example. You are driving and another car suddenly cuts you off, forcing you to slam on your brakes. The jolt of adrenaline, the momentary fear that is the first arrow, it is over in 2 seconds. The second arrow is what happens next. You lay on your horn. You feel a surge of rage. You start muttering about the idiot driver. You might tailgate them for a little while, fueled by indignation. For the next 10 minutes, you are stewing in a toxic bath of your own anger, replaying the event in your mind, imagining all the things you should have done or said. The first arrow was a 2-second event. The second arrow has poisoned the next 10 minutes of your life. You have willingly shot yourself, and you are carrying the poison of that second arrow with you, long after the other driver has forgotten you even exist. This second arrow of aversion is the true fire of dvesha. It is the resistance to what has already happened. It is the futile argument with reality. And often, we direct this fire not only outwards at the world, but also inwards at ourselves. You make a mistake at work that is the first arrow. The second arrow is the voice of the inner critic that immediately starts its vicious attack. You're so stupid. How could you have done that? You always mess everything up. You're a failure. Everyone is going to find out. This ruthless self-flagellation is a particularly cruel form of the second arrow. We become both the archer and the target of our own aversion. When this aversion is directed at others and held over time, it curdles into resentment. Resentment is the poison we drink, hoping the other person will die. It is the act of holding a burning coal in our hand, with the intent of one day throwing it at our enemy. Who is being burned in this moment? Not them. We are. To hold a grudge is to allow a past event to continue to wound us in the present. We give the person who hurt us free rent in the most precious real estate we own, our own mind. We allow them to shoot the first arrow again and again and again. And each time we dutifully shoot the second arrow of our own anger right back into the old wound. It is a form of profound self-harm, born from the deluded belief that our anger is somehow punishing the other person. In truth, it is only ever punishing ourselves, chaining us to a past we cannot change, and preventing us from living freely in the present. At this point, a crucial question arises. Does this teaching mean we should become passive doormats? Does it mean we should simply accept injustice, abuse, or harmful behavior with a placid smile. This is a common and dangerous misinterpretation. The path of wisdom does not ask you to approve of harm or to resign yourself to injustice. It asks you to distinguish between a wise response and a blind reaction. Acceptance is not passivity. Acceptance is the clear-eyed, non-argumentative acknowledgement of reality as it is, which is the necessary starting point for any effective action. Imagine your house is on fire. Passivity is sitting on the couch and saying, "Well, I guess the house is on fire. Nothing to be done." That is resignation. Blind reaction, fueled by aversion, is running around screaming, "I hate this fire. Why is this happening? This is not fair." This reaction wastes precious energy and clouds judgment. Wise acceptance is the firefighter who arrives on the scene. They don't waste a single second raging against the existence of the fire. They accept the reality completely. The house is on fire. This clear, calm acceptance allows them to assess the situation and then act with tremendous skill, focus, and courage to put the fire out. Acceptance is not the end of action. It is the foundation for wise action. It is what allows you to respond to a situation from a place of clarity and strength, rather than from a place of blind, reactive hatred. It is the difference between performing surgery with a scalpel and swinging wildly with a sledgehammer. Both are forms of intervention, but only one is healing. By not shooting the second arrow into ourselves, we preserve the inner peace and clarity needed to address the first arrows of the world with wisdom and compassion. We have journeyed deep into the engine room of our own disquiet. We have stood before the twin flames that consume our peace, the fire of Tanaha, the insatiable thirst for more, and the fire of Dvesha, the violent aversion to what is. We have seen how these flames manifest as the desperate grip of attachment and the exhausting push of resistance. But a fire cannot burn without fuel. A flame cannot exist without a darkness to define it. We are led now to the final and most profound inquiry into the cause of our suffering. We must ask, what is the fuel that feeds these fires? Why do we, as intelligent beings, continue to drink the salt water of craving and grasp the hot coal of aversion, when our own deep experience teaches us that they only ever lead to pain? The answer lies in the third of the three poisons, the one that is the root and condition for the other two. The answer is avidya. This ancient Pali word is most often translated as ignorance, but this translation can be misleading. Avidya is not a lack of information or a low intellect. A person can hold the knowledge of entire libraries in their mind and still be completely submerged in avidya. It is not about what you know, it is about how you see. A more accurate translation might be delusion, misperception, or, most simply, not seeing. It is a fundamental blindness to the true nature of reality. It is a cognitive cataract that clouds the lens of the mind, distorting everything we perceive. It is a veil of normalcy, a way of seeing that feels so natural and so complete that we are not even aware it is there. Our suffering is not a punishment or a flaw in our character. It is the direct and predictable result of acting in the world based on a profoundly mistaken perception of it. The hope, therefore, is immense, for what is misperceived can, with effort and wisdom, be perceived correctly. To understand the nature of this delusion, there is no better guide than the classic parable of the rope and the snake. Imagine a person walking into a dimly lit room at dusk. In the corner, they see a coiled, patterned shape. Instantly, their mind, conditioned for survival, leaps to a conclusion: a snake. In that single moment of perception, a cascade of suffering is unleashed. Their heart begins to pound in their chest. Adrenaline floods their system. Their breath becomes shallow and rapid. Their body freezes, paralyzed by a primal fear. Every aspect of their experience, physical, mental, and emotionalis, one of acute terror. Their suffering is not imaginary. It is 100% real. They are truly suffering from the presence of a snake. Then, a friend walks into the room and, seeing the person's terror, simply reaches over and turns on the light. The room is flooded with clarity. The person now sees, with undeniable certainty, that the object in the corner is not a snake at all. It is, and always was, merely a coiled piece of rope. In that instant of clear seeing, what happens to the fear? It does not need to be managed, processed, or coped with. It does not slowly fade away. It vanishes completely, utterly, and instantaneously. Why? Because its cause, the mistaken perception, has been uprooted. The problem did not need to be solved. It needed to be dissolved by the light of truth. This parable is a perfect blueprint for our condition. We are the person in the dim room. The dim light is the state of avidya, our ordinary, clouded consciousness. The rope is reality, as it truly is impersonal, impermanent, and fundamentally neutral. The snake is our projection, our mind's fearful and desirous interpretation of that neutral reality. And the terror is our dukkha, our anxiety, our anger, our suffering, which is entirely real, but based on a complete misreading of the situation. The entire spiritual path, then, can be understood as the process of learning how to turn on the light. This light is prajna, or wisdom, and the darkness of avidya distorts our vision in three specific, fundamental ways. The first and most pervasive distortion is our blindness to anicca, or impermanence. Intellectually, we all know that things change. We know that seasons turn, that we age, that nothing lasts forever, but we do not live as if this were true. We live our lives as if we are building a stone fortress on solid ground, when in reality, we are attempting to build it on the surface of a flowing river. This fundamental error in perception is a primary fuel for our suffering. Because we believe in our bones that pleasant things can and should be permanent, we cling to them with a desperate grip. This is the thirst of tanha in action. Fueled by ignorance, we fall in love and try to freeze the relationship in the intoxicating bliss of its early days, resisting the natural evolution and change that all relationships must undergo. We achieve a moment of success or recognition, and then try to replicate it endlessly, fearing the inevitable moment when the spotlight moves on. We cling to our youth and beauty, investing enormous energy in a frantic, unwinnable war against the natural processes of our own bodies. In each case, our suffering comes not from the change itself, but from our deluded resistance to it. We are constantly surprised and wounded by the one law of the universe that is never, ever broken, the law of change. Similarly, our blindness to impermanence fuels our aversion, our dvesha. When a painful experience arises, an illness, a financial struggle, a period of loneliness, we react as if it is a permanent state. We despair because we cannot see the end. We believe the grey, rainy sky of our mood is a final reality, forgetting that it is just a weather pattern passing through the vast, clear sky of awareness. We fight against our pain with such intensity because we are deluded into thinking it is a solid, monolithic thing that has invaded us. But if we could see clearly, we would see that pain, too, is a process. It is a river of constantly changing sensations and thoughts. By seeing its impermanent nature, we can stop fighting it and learn to navigate its currents with grace, knowing that, like all things, this too shall pass. The second distortion of the veil of avidya is our blindness to dukkha, the inherent unsatisfactoriness of conditioned existence. We live with a deep, unquestioned assumption that a state of lasting, perfect, and complete happiness can be found by arranging the pieces of our lives in just the right way. We are all engaged in what could be called the great project of getting it right. We believe that if we can just get the right career, find the perfect partner, buy the ideal home, sculpt the perfect body, and curate the perfect lifestyle, then the inner ache, the background hum of disquiet, will finally fall silent. This belief is a mirage, and our ignorance is what keeps us running towards it. We are blind to the lesson of our own experience. We have all gotten things we desperately wanted, only to find that the happiness they provided was fleeting. The new car became just a car. The thrill of the promotion faded into the stress of the new job. And yet, the moment the satisfaction wanes, our ignorance directs our thirst, our tanha, towards a new object on the horizon. We are like a hungry ghost, forever seeking nourishment in things that can never truly feed us, because we are blind to the fact that they are made of cardboard. Our suffering is not that we fail to achieve our goals. Our suffering is that we are constantly setting up goalposts on a field that is designed to be goalless, seeking a final destination in a journey that is, by its nature, endless. We ignore the fundamental friction of the off-center wheel and keep trying to smooth out the road, instead of learning how to true the wheel itself. Finally, we arrive at the third and most profound distortion of avidya. It is the blindness to anatta, or no self. This is the bedrock delusion, the one upon which all others are built. As we explored before, we live with the visceral, unshakable conviction that we are a solid, separate, continuous I at the center of our experience. This I is the protagonist of our life's movie, the hero of every story, the victim of every injustice. This mistaken identity is the gravitational center around which all our craving and aversion orbits. Our ignorance of anatta is what makes everything personal. It is the fuel for tanha, because it is this supposedly separate I that feels incomplete, that feels a sense of lack, and therefore needs to acquire things from the outside world to bolster its existence. The desire is always, I want, I need, give me. It is a project of ego, fortification. Our ignorance of anatta is also the fuel for dvesha, because it is this same fragile I that feels threatened, that needs to defend its territory, its reputation, and its beliefs. A criticism is no longer just an impersonal collection of sounds and ideas. It becomes a personal attack on the very core of who we believe we are. The success of another is no longer just a neutral event. It becomes a threat to the status of me. Our aversion is always, I hate, I reject, get away from me. Imagine two ancient kingdoms, perpetually at war. Their entire existence is defined by this conflict-building armies, defending borders, plotting attacks. This is the state of our mind, with the kingdom of I at war with the world. Now, imagine a scout returns with an astonishing message. The enemy kingdom does not exist. It was a phantom, a misunderstanding based on faulty maps. In that moment, what happens to the war? It is simply over. The reason for the armies, the defenses, the fear, the aggression, it all dissolves. This is the power of seeing through the illusion of the separate self. When we see that this solid I is a mental construction, a convenient fiction, the entire project of defending it and enhancing it loses its purpose. The war with reality comes to an end. This, then, is the complete diagnosis. Our suffering, our dukkha, is the real and painful experience of being burned. The flames are the fires of craving and aversion, and the fuel for these fires, the darkness in which they are allowed to burn, is the profound threefold delusion of avidya. We misperceive a world of constant change as being solid and permanent. We misperceive a world of inherent unsatisfactoriness as being capable of providing ultimate satisfaction, and we misperceive our own nature as being a separate, solid self, when it is in fact a selfless, flowing process. This is not a cause for despair. It is the ultimate message of hope. It tells us that our suffering is not a random punishment, nor an inescapable feature of a cruel universe. It is the result of a mistake, a perceptual error, and an error in perception, once seen, can be corrected. The entire path of awakening is this process of correction. It is the journey of learning to see the rope instead of the snake. It is the patient, courageous work of cleaning the lens of the mind so that we might, for the first time, see the world and ourselves as we truly are. This realization raises the most important question of all. If this suffering is caused, can its cause be removed? Is it possible for the fire to go out? Is it possible to live in the light? We have journeyed together into the very heart of the storm. We have stood in the full force of the wind and the rain, acknowledging the reality of our shared disquiet, the first noble truth of dukkha. Then, with courage, we turned our gaze toward the eye of the storm itself. Investigating its origin, we found that the storm is not a random act of a cruel sky, but is generated by the tremendous energies of our own minds. We discovered the second noble truth of samudaya, that our suffering is caused by the fires of craving, aversion, and a fundamental ignorance of reality. We have now completed the most difficult part of the physician's consultation. We have received the diagnosis, and we have understood the cause of the illness. This is the moment where despair could set in. It is the moment we could feel overwhelmed by the scale of the problem. But it is here that the path turns decisively from shadow into light. It is here that the physician, having explained the disease in full, looks at us with a steady, compassionate gaze and delivers the most important news of all. There is a cure. This is the third noble truth, the truth of Nirodha. The word Nirodha translates simply as cessation, ending, or extinction. It is a truth of profound simplicity and radical hope. It is a statement of natural law, as clear and undeniable as gravity. The third noble truth declares that since suffering has a cause, if that cause is removed, the suffering will cease. If the fire of dukkha is fueled by the poisons of craving, aversion, and ignorance, then when that fuel is withdrawn, the fire must, by its very nature, go out. This is not a matter of faith, wishful thinking, or divine intervention. It is a matter of logic. It transforms the human condition from a life sentence in a prison of suffering into a solvable problem. It tells us that we are not helpless victims. We are not fundamentally flawed. We are simply caught in a cycle of cause and effect. And by understanding this cycle, we can learn how to step out of it. Nirodha is the declaration that freedom is possible. The storm can end. The war can be over. What exactly is it that ceases? What does this cessation feel like? It is not, as some might fear, the cessation of life itself. It is not an annihilation of the self into a state of blank nothingness. It is the cessation of the friction, the stress, the disquiet of dukkha. It is the unbinding of the mind from its habitual patterns of reactivity. Imagine a life where the fire of tanaha, the constant, gnawing thirst for something more, has been extinguished. This is not a life devoid of enjoyment. On the contrary, it is a life of deep contentment. When you are no longer desperately thirsty, you can finally enjoy the simple taste of water. When you are no longer restlessly seeking the next peak experience, you can find profound joy in the beauty of an ordinary moment. The cessation of craving is not the end of pleasure. It is the beginning of a stable, unshakable joy that does not depend on getting what you want. Imagine a life where the fire of dvesha, the violent pushing away of unpleasantness, has been extinguished. This is not a life of passive resignation or a refusal to see injustice. It is a life of profound equanimity. It is the ability to meet pain, difficulty, and loss with a calm, open, and spacious heart. It means living without the second arrow. The first arrows of life will still arrive. There will be sickness, there will be setbacks, there will be grief, but you no longer shoot the second arrow of mental commentary and resistance into the wound. You experience the clean, unavoidable pain of life without adding the thick, toxic layer of self-inflicted suffering. The cessation of aversion is not the end of feeling. It is the end of being at war with your own feelings. And imagine a life where the darkness of avidya, the veil of ignorance, has been lifted. This is a life of clarity, of wisdom, of seeing things as they truly are. It is the experience of seeing the rope instead of the snake, not just once, but in every moment. When you see reality clearly, the very basis for craving and aversion dissolves. Why would you desperately crave something you see as impermanent and ultimately incapable of satisfying you? Why would you violently hate something you see is also impermanent and not a personal threat to a self that is itself an illusion? The cessation of ignorance is not the accumulation of more facts. It is the dawning of a luminous, panoramic awareness that changes everything. Nirodha, then, is the state of a mind that has been unbound, a heart that is at peace, a life that is lived in harmony with the natural flow of reality. The name given to this state of cessation, this ultimate freedom, is nirvana. And perhaps no word in the entire lexicon of Eastern spirituality has been more thoroughly misunderstood in the West. So let us be very clear, first, about what nirvana is not. It is absolutely not a place. It is not a heaven, a paradise, or a celestial realm that one enters after death as a reward for a good life. The Buddha was not concerned with post-mortem real estate. Nirvana is a psychological state, a spiritual attainment that is fully available to be experienced in this very life, in this very body. It is the living reality of a mind that has been cured. Furthermore, nirvana is not the annihilation of the personality. It is not about becoming an unfeeling, spaced-out zombie. The idea is not to extinguish the self, but to extinguish the delusion of a separate self. What is extinguished are the fires of greed, hatred, and ignorance. The person who attains this state does not become less human. They become fully, radiantly human for the first time. Freed from the constant drain of internal conflict, their energy is liberated for boundless compassion, spontaneous joy, and wise, effective action in the world. They feel deeply, but they are no longer tyrannized by their feelings. They are more alive, more engaged, more vibrant than ever before. So what then is nirvana? The word itself literally means to extinguish, or to blow out, as one would blow out a candle flame. The flame is the fire of the three poisons. What remains when the flame is blown out is not black nothingness, but the cool, peaceful, unagitated state of the mind itself. The ancient texts often describe nirvana as sthitibhava, which means the state of being cool. If dukkha is a raging fever, nirvana is the profound, liberating coolness that descends when the fever breaks. It is the end of the inflammation of the heart. Another powerful metaphor is that of the far shore. Our ordinary life, driven by craving and aversion, is this shore, a place of constant turmoil, of rising and falling tides, of being shipwrecked again and again by the waves of gain and loss, pleasure and pain. The path is the raft we build to cross the great river of samsara, the cycle of suffering. Nirvana is the far Sharia place of safety, stability, and ultimate peace, beyond the treacherous currents of conditioned existence. Perhaps the most profound description is that nirvana is the unconditioned. Everything in our normal experience is conditioned. This means its existence depends on other factors. Our happiness is conditioned by getting praise. Our sadness is conditioned by experiencing loss. Our body is conditioned by food and air. Our thoughts are conditioned by our past. The unconditioned is a state of being, a form of well-being that does not depend on any external or internal conditions. It is an intrinsic peace, an unshakable freedom, because it does not lean on anything that can change. It is itself unchangeable. It is the only true refuge in a world where everything else is a temporary shelter. To further illuminate this promise, there is a sweeping and beautiful parable from the Lotus Sutra, the parable of the burning house. A certain wealthy man had a very large, old, and decaying house. The house had only a single, narrow door. The man had many children, perhaps 10, 20, or even more, who were inside the house, completely absorbed in their games. They were playing with their favorite toys, so engrossed that they were oblivious to anything else. One day, a fire suddenly broke out in the old house, and flames began to engulf it from all sides. The father, standing outside, was filled with terror. He knew the children were in grave danger, but he also knew their minds. If he simply shouted, "Fire! The house is burning! Come out!" they would be too engrossed in their games to listen, or they might not understand the danger and would run around in panic, getting trapped. So, the man devised a skillful plan. He called out to them with a loving voice, "Children, come outside quickly. I have wonderful new toys for you waiting out here, things you have never seen before. There are beautiful goat carts, splendid deer carts, and magnificent ox carts, far better than those old toys you are playing with now." The children, hearing the promise of these new and superior toys, were filled with excitement. They pushed and shoved each other to be the first one out, and they all scrambled safely through the single narrow door, escaping just as the great house was consumed by the flames and collapsed into a pile of ashes. This truth, this tangible hope of freedom, naturally raises the final, most practical question: if this peace is possible, what is the path that leads to it? We have arrived at a place of profound hope. We have faced the truth of our disquiet, investigated its causes in the fires of the mind, and have now received the great prognosis of the third noble truth, that the storm of suffering can end. Nirodha, the cessation of this inner turmoil, is a tangible possibility. It was a great white ox cart, adorned with jewels, draped with canopies, and capable of traveling with astonishing speed and smoothness. It was far grander and more valuable than anything they could have imagined. This parable is a map of our journey. The burning house is samsara, the world of conditioned existence, consumed by the fires of old age, sickness, and death, and fueled by the three poisons. The children are all of us, so engrossed in the distracting games of sensory pleasure and ego-driven projects that we are oblivious to our own peril. The wise father is the Buddha, or the embodiment of compassion and wisdom. The single narrow door is the only way out, the path of awakening. The promise of the three lesser carts is the initial, provisional teachings that lure us onto the path, the promise of calm, of peace, of happiness. But the great, magnificent white ox cart is the ultimate gift, the one true vehicle to liberation, which is the indescribable freedom of nirvana itself, a state of peace and joy so far beyond our conditioned ideas of pleasure that it cannot be adequately described, only experienced. The story teaches us that the goal is not to redecorate our room in the burning house, but to get out. The third noble truth is this invitation to come outside. It is the loving voice telling us that a greater peace, a more profound joy is available. This is not a distant dream. It is a tangible possibility that can be tasted in this life. Every time you consciously choose not to act on an impulse of anger, you are tasting cessation. Every time you notice a craving arise and simply let it be, without feeding it, you are experiencing the coolness of Nirodha. Every time you rest in the present moment without needing it to be different, you are touching the far shore. Nirvana is not an impossible, all-or-nothing goal. It is a direction in which we can orient our lives, a quality of being that we can cultivate, moment by moment. It is the great promise that the storm of suffering can end, not because we have conquered the world, but because we have made peace with our own minds. A question then arises, luminous and practical. If freedom is possible, how do we actively participate in it? If the fires of suffering are fueled by our own clinging and resistance, how exactly do we withdraw the fuel? The answer lies in a single, graceful, and profoundly misunderstood action. The central verb of the path to peace is to let go. When we first hear this phrase, our conditioned mind often rebels. Letting go can sound like weakness, like giving up, like failure. A question then arises, luminous and practical. If freedom is possible, how do we actively participate in it? If the fires of suffering are fueled by our own clinging and resistance, how exactly do we withdraw the fuel? The answer lies in a single, graceful, and profoundly misunderstood action. The central verb of the path to peace is to let go. When we first hear this phrase, our conditioned mind often rebels. Letting go can sound like weakness, like giving up, like failure. It can conjure images of passivity or a bleak, careless indifference. We live in a culture that valorizes holding on, fighting through, and exerting our will upon the world. We are taught to grip tighter, not to release our grasp. But this is to fundamentally misunderstand the nature of this powerful art. Letting go is not an act of weakness. It is an act of supreme wisdom and strength. It is not about pushing something away. It is about ceasing to pull it toward you. It is the quiet, courageous practice of unclenching the fist of the mind. To understand this, feel for a moment the difference between a clenched fist and an open hand. A clenched fist is a state of tension. It takes energy, a constant muscular effort, to maintain it. It is rigid, defensive, and closed. It cannot receive anything because it is already full of its own tension. It cannot hold anything gently. It can only crush. This clenched fist is the state of the mind caught in attachment and aversion. Whether we are desperately clinging to something we want or forcefully pushing away something we don't want, the inner posture is the same. A tense, effortful, and painful clenching. Now, Imagine slowly, deliberately, opening that fist. Feel the muscles relaxing, the tension draining away. An open hand is a state of ease, of allowance, of receptivity. It takes no effort to maintain. It is soft, undefended, and spacious. It can give, and it can receive. This opening of the hand is the physical embodiment of letting go. Notice that you did not have to do something to open your hand. You simply had to stop doing something. You had to stop clenching. Letting go is not an aggressive act. It is the cessation of resistance. It is the simple, graceful release that liberates the enormous amount of energy we waste in our internal wars. This art can be applied to every aspect of our experience, beginning with the ceaseless chatter of our own minds. We spend most of our lives fused with our thoughts. We believe we are our thoughts. A fearful thought arises, and we become a fearful person. An angry thought arises, and we become an angry person. We take the commentary of our mind as gospel truth, as an accurate reflection of reality. The practice of letting go of thoughts begins with an act of disidentification. It is the gentle creation of a space between the awareness that is you and the thought that is a temporary event within you. The classic metaphor for this practice is to see your mind as a vast, open, clear blue sky. This sky is your true nature, spacious, boundless, and fundamentally peaceful. Thoughts are simply clouds that drift through the sky. Some are white and puffy, pleasant daydreams and happy memories. Others are dark and stormy, the thunderclouds of worry, criticism, and fear. As the sky, your job is not to chase after the pleasant clouds or to fight against the stormy ones. That is an exhausting and futile task. Your job is to simply rest as the sky, allowing all clouds to arise, to float by, and to dissolve, all without ever staining or harming the sky itself. When you are caught in a thought, you have forgotten you are the sky and have become the cloud. The practice of letting go is the moment you remember, the moment you zoom out from the content of the cloud and rest back into the vast open sky of awareness. In practical terms, this can be as simple as noticing you are lost in thought and gently labeling the entire process as just thinking, before returning your attention to the anchor of your breath. Each time you do this, you loosen the grip of your thoughts and reclaim your inner freedom. Letting go of emotions can feel more challenging. Emotions are not just abstract ideas, they have a powerful, visceral life in the body. When we are faced with a strong emotion like grief, fear, or anger, we typically react in one of two unhealthy ways. The first is suppression. We deny the feeling, push it down, pretend it isn't there. We tell ourselves to get over it or to be strong. This is like trying to hold a large beach ball underwater. It takes a tremendous amount of energy, and the moment our concentration wavers, the ball will erupt to the surface with even greater force. The second unhealthy reaction is indulgence. We get completely lost in the story behind the emotion. We become the victim. We ruminate on the injustice. We wallow in the sadness. We feed the anger with more and more reasons to be angry. This is like pouring gasoline on a fire. We become completely identified with the emotion, and it consumes us. The middle path, the path of letting go, is to do neither. It is to allow ourselves to feel the raw physical energy of the emotion in the body without getting lost in the narrative that the mind has attached to it. When anger arises, instead of focusing on the person who made you angry, you bring your attention inward. Where do you feel the anger in your body? Is it a tightness in your jaw, a heat in your chest, a knot in your stomach? Your task is to simply be with these raw sensations, to breathe into them, to hold them in a spacious, non-judgmental awareness. You are not trying to fix them or make them go away. You are simply allowing their energy to be present. When you do this, an amazing thing happens. The emotion, allowed to be felt purely as energy, without the fuel of a story, will run its natural course. It will crest like a wave, and then it will naturally, gracefully, dissipate. This is the art of metabolizing our emotions, of letting them move through us without becoming us. This principle of letting go extends to the very structure of our lives, and even to the spiritual path itself. There is a famous parable told by the Buddha about a man who finds himself on the bank of a vast and dangerous river. This shore is a place of fear and turmoil. The far shore, visible in the distance, is a place of safety and peace. There is no bridge and no ferry. The man, being resourceful, gathers grasses, twigs, branches, and leaves. He binds them together with vines and skillfully constructs a simple raft. Then, paddling with his hands and feet, he diligently makes his way across the dangerous river and arrives, with great relief, on the far shore. The Buddha then posed a question to his monks. What should this man do now with the raft? Should he say to himself, "This raft has been so useful to me. It saved my life. I will hoist it upon my shoulders and carry it with me on my journey on dry land"? The monks replied that this would be a foolish and burdensome thing to do. The Buddha agreed. The wise man, he said, would think, "This raft served me well, but its purpose is now fulfilled." He would express his gratitude, and then he would leave the raft at the river's edge, continuing his journey onward. Light and unencumbered. The metaphor is profound. The dangerous river is our life of suffering. The far shore is liberation, nirvana. The raft is the entire collection of teachings, practices, meditations, and philosophies, including the very idea of letting go. They are indispensable tools designed to get us across the water, but they are not the destination. To cling to the teachings, to become a dogmatic Buddhist, to turn the practice into a rigid identity, is to foolishly carry the raft on your back. The ultimate letting go is to let go of the path itself, to release all concepts and views, and to live in the simple, unburdened freedom of the far shore. It is the recognition that the purpose of the finger pointing at the moon is only to help you see the moon. Once you have seen it, you can let go of the finger. Letting go, therefore, is not a single act, but a gradual unfolding, a journey from releasing our grip on objects to releasing our grip on our thoughts and emotions, and finally, to releasing our grip on the very idea of a self who is on a path at all. It is in this final, radical release that true peace is found. Having journeyed through the landscape of our attachments and learned the gentle art of letting go, we arrive at a clearing. The path of letting go shows us how to release our grip on the causes of suffering. But what is the quality of life that emerges in that open space? What is the positive state that blossoms when the weeds of craving are no longer choking the garden of the mind? The answer lies in a form of wealth, so profound it cannot be measured by any bank, and a form of joy so stable it cannot be threatened by the shifting fortunes of the world. It is the quiet, luminous, and deeply liberating state of contentment. Our culture poses a question to us from the moment we are born. How can I get more? This question fuels our economies, our ambitions, and our anxieties. But the path of wisdom invites us to ask a different, more radical question. What if I already have enough? Imagine for a moment who the wealthiest person in the world truly is. Is it the billionaire, trapped in a fortress of possessions, consumed by the anxieties of managing their empire? their mind constantly striving for the next acquisition, the next market to conquer? Or is it the simple mendicant, the wandering sage, who owns nothing but a single robe and a begging bowl, but who needs nothing more, and who therefore possesses the unshakable peace of wanting nothing? The wisdom of contentment suggests that true wealth is not the condition of having more, but the freedom of needing less. This is not a call to a life of grim, joyless poverty. It is an invitation to discover an elegant and profound simplicity. Simplicity, in this sense, is not deprivation. It is a deliberate and discerning act of curation. It is the art of stripping away the non-essential in our homes, in our schedules, and in our minds, in order to make space for what holds true value. It is the realization that by owning less, we are owned by less. By committing to less, we have more time and energy for our true priorities. By consuming less noise, we can finally hear the subtle music of our own lives. This journey into simplicity begins with a crucial distinction, one that our consumer culture works tirelessly to obscure: the distinction between fleeting pleasure and enduring joy. Let us first examine the nature of pleasure, or what the ancient Greeks called hedon. Pleasure is almost always dependent on an external stimulus. It is the taste of sugar on the tongue, the thrill of a roller coaster, the buzz of a new notification on your phone, the validation of praise from another person. Because it is dependent on a stimulus, it is, by its very nature, fleeting. The moment the stimulus is removed, the pleasure begins to fade, and pleasure is subject to the law of diminishing returns. The first bite of a chocolate cake is divine. The fifth is good. The 10th can be nauseating. The nervous system adapts, and the same stimulus produces less and less pleasure over time, which means we must constantly seek new and more intense stimuli to get the same hit. This is the very definition of the hedonic treadmill. Furthermore, this pursuit of pleasure often leaves us depleted. It has a hangover. The sugar crash follows the sugar high. The credit card bill follows the shopping spree. The feeling of emptiness follows the night of mindless entertainment. The pursuit of pleasure is a transaction that often leaves our reserves of well-being, time, and money poorer than when we started. Joy, on the other hand, or what the Buddhist tradition calls sukha, is a different animal entirely. Sukha points to a deep and abiding state of well-being, flourishing, and contentment. Unlike pleasure, sukha is not primarily dependent on external conditions. It is an internal quality, the natural radiance of a mind that is at peace. It does not need to be chased or acquired. It is discovered by removing the obstacles we place in its way. Joy is the quiet happiness that arises from a walk in nature, the deep satisfaction of a meaningful conversation, the warmth of genuine connection with another being, the simple peace of watching your own breath. While pleasure is exciting, joy is calming. While pleasure is loud, joy is quiet. While pleasure consumes energy, joy is nourishing and restorative. It is the deep contentment that comes not from getting what you want, but from deeply wanting what you already have. Our fundamental error, the great confusion upon which modern consumerism is built, is that we are constantly sold fleeting pleasure under the brand name of lasting joy. We are digging for diamonds in a salt mine and then wondering why we are still so thirsty. The antidote to this endless, thirsty chase is the cultivation of contentment, known in the Pali language as santutta. Santututi literally means being satisfied with what one has. This is not to be confused with complacency, apathy, or a lack of desire to grow in wisdom and compassion. It is the specific cessation of the if-only game that our minds play in relation to our external circumstances. It is the end of the exhausting inner monologue that says, "I will finally be happy if only I get that promotion. If only I had a bigger house. If only I could find the perfect partner. If only I could lose 10 pounds. Contentment is the profound peace that descends when this voice falls silent. The architecture of our modern ambition is a system of constantly moving goalposts. We strive with all our might to reach a certain goal, believing that on the other side of that finish line lies the sunlit field of lasting happiness. We reach it, and for a moment, we feel a sense of relief, of accomplishment. But almost immediately, the mind, in its habit of thirsting, sets a new goalpost, even further down the field. The satisfaction was just a brief water break in a marathon that has no end. This is a recipe for perpetual dissatisfaction. Contentment is the wisdom to stop and question the nature of the race itself. It is the courage to say, "This is enough." This practice of finding the point of enough is a deep personal inquiry. It invites us to look with radical honesty at our own lives. At what point does the desire for a comfortable home morph into the burdensome, status-driven quest for a mansion that we must work our entire lives to maintain? At what point does a functional wardrobe that meets our needs become a closet overflowing with unworn clothes, creating the anxiety of choice and the guilt of waste? At what point does our ambition for a meaningful career curdle into a relentless, ego-driven pursuit of power that sacrifices our health and our relationships? The point of enough is the sweet spot where our external world serves our well-being, rather than our well-being being sacrificed to serve our external world. Finding this point is not an act of settling. It is an act of liberation. It is freedom from the chains of comparison, from the anxiety of debt, from the desperate need to impress others. It is the radical act of taking back control of our own lives from the cultural script of more, more, more. It gives us back our most precious, non-renewable resources, our time, our energy, and our focused attention, to be invested in what truly brings us joy. If contentment is the state we seek, then the active, daily practice that cultivates it is gratitude. Gratitude is not a passive, hallmark card sentiment. It is a rigorous and transformative form of mental training. The human mind, for sound evolutionary reasons, has a built-in negativity bias. It is like Velcro for bad experiences and Teflon for good ones. It is constantly scanning the environment for what is wrong, what is missing, and what is threatening. This was useful for our ancestors on the savannah, but in our modern world, it becomes the engine of our anxiety and dissatisfaction. Gratitude is the conscious, deliberate counter-practice. It is the training of our attention to scan for what is good, what is present, and what we have, rather than what we lack. This practice can be profoundly simple. It can be the act of taking 2 minutes at the end of each day to write down 3 specific things for which you are grateful. It is not enough to just think it. The physical act of writing it down deepens its impact. It could be as simple as the taste of your morning coffee, a kind word from a colleague, or the comfort of your bed. This simple act begins to literally rewire the neural pathways of your brain, carving new channels of positivity that, over time, can become your new default state. The practice can also be brought into the body. Take a moment to feel gratitude for the simple, astounding miracle of your own senses. Gratitude for the eyes that can see color and light. Gratitude for the ears that can hear music and the voices of loved ones. Gratitude for the legs that can carry you through the world. We take these for granted, treating them like possessions, until they are threatened. Gratitude is the practice of appreciating the gift before it is gone. This practice can even be extended to our difficulties. This is a more advanced form of the art. Can we find gratitude for a painful experience, not for the pain itself, but for the resilience it taught us? Can we feel gratitude for a harsh critic, for the grain of truth in their words that helped us to grow? Can we find gratitude for a broken heart, for the way it cracked us open to a deeper level of compassion? This is not about pretending that pain is pleasant. It is about the alchemical practice of finding the medicine hidden inside the poison. Gratitude, in its deepest sense, shifts our entire orientation to life from a mode of getting to a mode of receiving. We begin to see our life not as a project to be managed, but as a continuous gift to be appreciated. There is a story that captures this wisdom perfectly. A successful investment banker, on vacation in a small coastal village, came across a fisherman, relaxing lazily beside his small boat, having already brought in his catch for the day. The banker, a man driven by the ethos of maximizing potential, was aghast. "Why aren't you out there catching more fish?" he asked. "I have caught enough to feed my family," the fisherman replied peacefully. "But if you caught more," the banker insisted, "you could sell the excess fish. You could buy a bigger boat, then a fleet of boats. You could hire a crew, open your own cannery, and become a multi-millionaire." "And then what would I do?" the fisherman asked. "Then," the banker said with a grand flourish, "you would finally be able to retire. You could move to a small coastal village and spend your days relaxing, fishing a little, and enjoying time with your family." The fisherman smiled gently and replied, "But that is precisely what I am doing right now." This fisherman had discovered the secret that had eluded the powerful banker. He knew the meaning of enough. He understood that the ultimate purpose of all our frantic striving is a state of simple peace and contentment that is already available to us, right here, right now. We take such long, arduous, and painful detours, only to arrive, exhausted, at the very place where we began. Simplicity is not the state we start from and try to escape. It is the state we return to when we have become wise. True wealth is not found in the expansion of our possessions, but in the contraction of our wants. It is the discovery that what we have been searching for in the world outside is the very peace that has been waiting patiently for us within. It is the realization that enough is not a word for mediocrity. It is the name for a magnificent and ever-present feast. In our exploration of a richer and more peaceful life, we have discovered the quiet joy of contentment, the deep wealth of wanting what we have. This leads us to a profound inquiry into the very nature of what we have. We may have a body, we may have feelings, we may have relationships, we may have this very moment, but what is the fundamental quality of all these experiences? The answer is one of the pillars of Buddhist wisdom, a truth so pervasive and so absolute that it hides in plain sight. It is the truth of anicca, or impermanence. Everything changes. Everything is in a state of constant flux. Nothing is permanent. Our initial, conditioned reaction to this truth is often one of fear, sadness, or resistance. The idea of impermanence feels like a threat. It sounds like a story of loss, a confirmation that nothing can be trusted, that all we hold dear will eventually turn to dust. It seems to be the great tragedy of the human condition. The entire purpose of a deeper wisdom, however, is to take these initial perceptions and turn them toward the light. It is to investigate them so thoroughly that they reveal their hidden nature, and the hidden nature of impermanence is not tragedy. It is the key to unlocking profound hope, boundless appreciation, and unshakable freedom. First, let us establish that impermanence is not a religious belief to be adopted. It is an observable, objective law of the universe, as fundamental as the law of gravity. It operates on every scale of existence, from the cosmic to the microscopic. Galaxies form, burn for billions of years, and eventually die. Stars are born in fiery nebulae and collapse into cold darkness. On our own planet, mountains are thrust upwards by tectonic violence and are then ground down to sand by the patient, relentless work of wind and water. Continents drift, coastlines recede. The world you see outside your window is a single frame in a film of ceaseless transformation. This same law governs our own lives with an intimate and undeniable force. Your body is not a solid, static entity. It is a bustling metropolis of over 30 trillion cells, each one engaged in a dynamic process of being born, living, and dying. Every breath you take, you are drawing in new atoms from the universe and releasing old ones. You are, quite literally, not the same person you were 7 years ago, 7 days ago, or even 7 seconds ago. You are not a thing, but a process, a flow, a dance of becoming and unbecoming. And this is just as true for our inner world. A thought arises, and in the next moment, it is gone. An emotion swells in the heart: joy, anger, sadness, and in time, it too subsides, replaced by another. Our moods, our opinions, our desires, our fears, they are all transient weather patterns in the vast sky of the mind. To resist this flow is like trying to command the tides to stop. It is a war against reality itself, and it is a war we are guaranteed to lose. Our suffering, then, comes not from the fact of change, but from our deep-seated, deluded insistence that things should be permanent. Once we can begin to accept the reality of this universal flow, we unlock its first great gift. Impermanence is the ultimate source of hope. When we are trapped in the grip of intense suffering, debilitating illness, a period of profound grief, a seemingly endless night of anxiety or depression, the mind constructs a terrible prison. It tells us, this is permanent, it will never end. This feeling is you, now and forever. This thought, this belief in the permanence of our pain, is what turns suffering into despair. It is the very essence of hopelessness. The wisdom of Anika is the key that unlocks the door to this prison. It is the gentle, steady, and truthful voice that whispers, "This too shall pass." It is not offering a false promise or a sentimental platitude. It is stating a fundamental law of existence. The pain you are feeling, no matter how immense, is a conditioned state. It arose due to certain causes, and as those causes change, it too will change. It is a wave, and no wave can remain at its crest forever. It must, by its nature, break and recede. The dark clouds of your mood are just that, clouds. They are not the sky. The sky remains, vast and untouched, and eventually the clouds will pass. This understanding does not magically erase pain, but it changes our relationship to it. It allows us to endure what feels unendurable, knowing that we are passing through a temporary storm, not a permanent state of being. It replaces the claustrophobia of despair with a sense of spaciousness and possibility. It assures us that no night is so dark that it can prevent the dawn. The second great gift of impermanence is that it is the very source of life's preciousness and beauty. We are conditioned to think that permanence is what gives something value. We want a love that lasts forever, a beauty that never fades. But consider for a moment a world in which everything was permanent. Imagine a sunset that never ended. For the first hour, it might be beautiful. After a day, it would be boring. After a week, it would be a kind of hell. Imagine a flower that never withered or died. It would be no different than a cheap plastic replica, a sterile and lifeless object. It is the very fact that the sunset is fleeting, that the cherry blossoms bloom for only a few precious days, that the symphony comes to an end, that fills these experiences with a poignant, breathtaking beauty. Their transient nature is what commands our attention. It is what makes us stop and say, "Look, now." It infuses the present moment with an irreplaceable sense of value. This same truth applies with even greater force to our human relationships. We love our children, our partners, our parents, and our friends so deeply, in part because we know on some level that our time together is finite. It is the unspoken awareness of impermanence that gives our connections their depth and meaning. If we knew we had all the time in the world, we would constantly procrastinate on love. We would say, "I'll tell them I love them tomorrow. I'll be fully present with them next week." But the wisdom of Anicca urges us to act now. It tells us that this conversation, this shared meal, this simple moment of connection is a precious and unrepeatable gift. It is the ultimate antidote to taking life and each other for granted. This dual nature of impermanence, as a comfort in sorrow and a source of perspective in joy, is captured perfectly in the ancient parable of the wise king's ring. A powerful monarch once summoned his most trusted advisor and said, "I want you to create a ring for me. Inscribe upon it a message that will be able to temper my joy in moments of my greatest triumph and give me hope in moments of my deepest despair." The advisor, a person of great wisdom, returned some time later with a simple gold band. The king looked at it. Etched into the metal were 4 simple words: "This too shall pass." Some time later, the king's army won a great victory, and his people celebrated him with a massive parade. At the height of his pride and elation, he glanced at the ring. "This too shall pass." A sense of humility washed over him, tempering his pride and reminding him of the fleeting nature of glory. Years later, his kingdom was ravaged by famine and war. His enemies were at the gates, and he was filled with utter despair, believing all was lost. In the darkness of his tent, his eyes fell upon the ring. "This too shall pass." A sense of calm strength entered his heart, giving him the resilience to endure the hardship, knowing that no defeat, however terrible, was a final verdict. This is the freedom that comes from aligning ourselves with reality. When we stop fighting the river of change, we can finally learn how to navigate it. We become less rigid, less brittle. An identity that is built on a foundation of permanence will shatter when life's storms arrive. But a person who has internalized the truth of impermanence becomes fluid, adaptable, and resilient. They can bend without breaking. They can let go of old plans, old identities, and old beliefs that no longer serve them, because they are not attached to a fixed version of themselves or the world. They understand that life is not about creating a permanent structure, but about engaging skillfully in a beautiful and sometimes terrifying dance. It is like learning to surf. A surfer does not try to stop the ocean. They do not curse the waves. They study them. They respect their power, and they learn to skillfully and joyfully ride their ceaseless, creative, and destructive energy. To embrace impermanence is to finally stop fighting the waves and to begin, at last, to surf. We have walked a long road together. On this journey inward, we have explored the art of letting go, the quiet wealth of contentment, and the liberating wisdom of impermanence. These are not just philosophical ideas. They are practical signposts pointing toward a state of being that is free from the fever of our ordinary lives. They point toward the possibility promised by the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering, the end of the storm, and the name for this ultimate peace, this final destination and ever-present reality, is nirvana. There are few words in any language so freighted with misunderstanding. The word nirvana has been used to name everything from a rock band to a state of hazy, blissful intoxication. It is often imagined as a kind of lush, cloud-filled heaven, a paradise one goes to after death. Because of these popular misconceptions, the true, radical, and profoundly practical meaning of the term has been almost entirely lost. So, let us, for a moment, set aside everything we think we know about this word. Let us approach it with a beginner's mind and explore it not as a distant myth, but as the innate potential for freedom that resides at the very core of our own consciousness. The journey to understanding begins with the word itself. The Sanskrit word nirvana, or nibbana in the Pali language, has a beautifully simple and direct meaning. It means to extinguish, to blow out, or to quench. This immediately begs the question, what is it that is blown out? What is extinguished? The common fear is that it is the flame of life itself, that nirvana is a kind of self-annihilation, a fading into a grey and empty nothingness. But this is the deepest misunderstanding of all. It is not the flame of life that is extinguished. It is the very specific, toxic, and feverish flames of the three poisons: greed, hatred, and delusion. Nirvana is not the end of existence. It is the end of the suffering that distorts our existence. Imagine the fire of craving, of tanha, that restless, needy, thirsty part of us that is never satisfied. When this fire is extinguished, what remains is not apathy or boredom. What remains is the luminous, peaceful state of contentment. When you are no longer driven by the frantic need to acquire the next thing, you are finally free to appreciate the richness of what is already here. Your heart, no longer a clenched fist of wanting, can open into a palm of generosity. The extinction of greed is the birth of true abundance. Now imagine the fire of aversion, of dveshath, angry, fearful, reactive part of us that is constantly at war with reality. When this fire is quenched, what remains is not a cold indifference or a refusal to engage with the world's problems. What remains is a vast and unshakable loving kindness, a boundless compassion, a state of profound equanimity. A mind that is no longer pushing reality away can finally meet the world with courage and an open heart. The extinction of hatred is the birth of fearless love. And finally, imagine the fire of delusion, of avidyartha, confused, foggy, mistaken perception that fuels the other two fires. When this flame is blown out, what remains is not a blank slate, but the brilliant, radiant light of prajna, or wisdom. A mind free from the distortions of its own projections is naturally clear, insightful, and awake. The extinction of delusion is the dawn of unerring clarity. So, nirvana is not a process of becoming nothing. It is a process of unbecoming everything that is not truly you. It is the subtraction of all the layers of fear, craving, and confusion, which allows the naturally peaceful and luminous nature of our own awareness to shine forth. This leads us to the second great misunderstanding, that nirvana is a place you go to later. Many of the world's spiritual traditions are oriented toward a future reward, a paradise, a heaven, a heavenly kingdom that will be granted after death for a life well lived. The teaching of the Buddha was revolutionary because it was relentlessly focused on the here and now. He was not a theologian interested in the afterlife. He was a master psychologist interested in the cure for human suffering in this very life. Nirvana, therefore, is not a destination. It is a realization. It is not a place you go to. It is a truth you awaken to. Our ordinary state of suffering can be seen as a kind of self-imposed exile. We are in exile from our own true nature, exiled from the peace that is our birthright, wandering lost in the confusing wilderness of our own thoughts and reactions. Nirvana is the end of this exile. It is the journey home, and home is not a place in the sky. Home is here. The peace of nirvana is not a future potential. It is a present reality, obscured by the clouds of our own minds. This means that nirvana is not an all-or-nothing proposition. Every single moment that your mind is free from greed, free from aversion, and free from delusion, however brief, is a genuine taste of nirvana. Every breath you take with full, peaceful awareness is a footstep on the soil of your true home. This makes the ultimate goal of the path something that is imminent and accessible, not transcendent and remote. It is here, waiting patiently beneath the noise of our ordinary minds. Perhaps the most helpful way to conceive of this state is through the classic metaphor of the still lake. Imagine your mind as the surface of a lake. In its ordinary, agitated state, the surface is whipped into a frenzy by powerful winds. The wind of craving blows from one direction, creating choppy waves of desire, of wanting this and needing that. The wind of aversion blows from another, creating turbulent, angry currents of resistance and fear. And the wind of delusion constantly stirs up the mud and silt from the bottom of the lake, making the water cloudy, murky, and opaque. In this state, the lake is a churning chaos. It cannot reflect the world around it with any accuracy. It cannot be a home for any life. This is the mind in a state of dukkha. Now, imagine the winds begin to subside. The gale of craving ceases. The storm of aversion dies down. And as the agitation of the surface stops, the mud and silt of ignorance slowly, naturally, settle to the bottom. The surface of the lake becomes perfectly calm, perfectly still, and transparently clear. This is the mind in the state of nirvana. Consider the qualities of this still lake. First, its surface now acts as a perfect mirror. It reflects the blue sky, the white clouds, the bright moon, and the countless stars, exactly as they are, without distortion, without judgment. This is the quality of wisdom, the mind that sees reality with perfect, luminous clarity. Second, the water itself is cool and refreshing. The feverish heat of the winds has gone, and a deep, refreshing coolness remains. This is the quality of peace, the coolness of a mind unbound. And third, the lake is vast and spacious. It can contain the reflection of the entire cosmos without being disturbed or overwhelmed. It can receive all things without trying to possess them. This is the quality of equanimity, the unshakable stability of a liberated heart. The crucial insight from this metaphor is that the lake did not have to acquire stillness, clarity, or coolness. These were its own intrinsic qualities all along. It simply had to allow the winds that were disturbing it to cease. In the same way, we do not have to create peace or manufacture wisdom. We simply have to remove the habitual agitations that obscure the peace and wisdom that are our true nature. Of course, all of these words and metaphors are just fingers pointing at the moon. The experience of nirvana is said to be beyond all concepts, a peace that surpasses all understanding. It is a vibrant, wakeful stillness. It is a joyful, compassionate serenity. It is not the peace that comes from having all of your problems solved. It is the peace that comes from the realization that, on the deepest level, There was never a problem to begin with, only a misperception to be corrected. It is the peace that comes from being perfectly okay with the world as it is, and with yourself as you are. We have now traveled through the first three of the Four Noble Truths. We have faced the diagnosis of our illness, dukkha. We have investigated and understood its deep-seated causes in our own minds, samudaya, and we have now seen, with hope and clarity, that a complete cure is possible, the state of ultimate health and freedom, known as Nirodha. We stand on the bank of the river, and we can see the safety of the far shore. We know that it is real, and that it is attainable. Only one question remains. What is the raft that can carry us there? What is the specific, practical, step-by-step path that leads from the shore of suffering to the shore of peace? This question brings us to the dawn of the fourth and final noble truth, the blueprint for liberation itself. We have now completed a momentous part of our journey. We have stood before the truth of our suffering, our dukkha. We have courageously investigated its causes, the fires of samudaya, and we have seen, with the clarity of a dawn breaking, the profound and hopeful truth of Nirodhatha reality that this suffering can cease, that a peace beyond our imagining is possible. We have received the diagnosis, we understand the etiology of the illness, and we have been given the certain prognosis of a cure. Now, we stand before the great physician of the mind and ask the final, most urgent question. What is the prescription? What is the specific, practical, step-by-step treatment plan that will lead us from the fever of our suffering to the coolness of this promised peace? The answer to this question is the fourth noble truth, the truth of the path, known in Pali as Magga. This is the Buddha's ultimate gift to humanity. It is not a set of dogmas to be believed, not a philosophical theory to be debated, but a tangible, pragmatic, and detailed blueprint for living. It is the raft that can carry us from the shore of suffering to the shore of peace. If the first three truths describe the human condition, the fourth noble truth prescribes the human solution. It is a path to be walked, a set of skills to be cultivated, a way of life to be embodied, and the guiding principle of this entire path, the spirit that infuses every single step, is the principle of the middle way. To truly understand the profound wisdom of the middle way, we must briefly return to the story of the man who would become the Buddha, Prince Siddhartha. His own life was a living experiment in the two great extremes of human experience. His first 30 years were lived in the extreme of sensual indulgence. As a prince, he was shielded from all unpleasantness and surrounded by every imaginable pleasure. He had beautiful palaces for every season, the finest silks, the most delicious foods, constant music, and adoring attendants. He lived in a gilded cage, a world engineered for maximum sensory gratification. And yet, in the midst of this ocean of pleasure, he felt a deep and unsettling undercurrent of dukkha. He realized that chasing pleasure, no matter how refined, could not touch the core of human dissatisfaction. It was a temporary distraction, a fleeting balm on a wound that would not heal. He saw that this path, the path of hedonism, was a dead end. So, he embarked on the second great experiment. He left his palace and plunged into the opposite extreme, the path of severe asceticism. For 6 years, he became a wandering ascetic, subjecting his body to the most extreme forms of self-mortification. He practiced fasting until his ribs showed through his skin like the rafters of a dilapidated shed. He held his breath until he felt excruciating pressure in his head. He slept on beds of thorns and exposed his body to the extremes of heat and cold. He believed, as many did at the time, that by torturing the body, he could purify the mind and liberate the spirit. But after 6 years of this brutal self-punishment, he was no closer to enlightenment. He was, in fact, weaker, his mind clouded by physical exhaustion, his body near death. He realized then that this second path, the path of self-hatred and punishment, was also a dead end. It did not lead to clarity, it led only to more suffering. It was in this moment of utter despair, having exhausted both extremes, that the discovery of the middle way occurred. Near death, he remembered a moment from his childhood. He had been sitting under a rose apple tree while his father performed a state ceremony. He had spontaneously entered a state of natural, joyful, and focused karma state of simple well-being. The memory was a revelation. He realized that this kind of wholesome, simple joy was not an enemy to be feared or a distraction to be avoided. It was a necessary nutrient for the mind. It provided the strength and stability needed for deep insight. With this realization, he accepted a simple bowl of milk rice from a village girl named Sujata. He regained his strength, sat under the Bodhi tree, and with a mind that was neither lax from indulgence nor tense from asceticism, he finally awakened. The middle way, or Majjhima Patipada, is the path that steers intelligently between these two ditches. On one side is the ditch of mindless, sensual indulgence, the belief that happiness can be found by satisfying every craving. On the other side is the ditch of self-mortification, the belief that spiritual purity can be found by punishing and denying the body and mind. The middle way is not a weak, lukewarm compromise between the two. It is a path of supreme skill and balance, walking the high ground between them. For us today, it is the path that avoids the extremes of both consumerist hedonism and joyless, self-flagellating puritanism. It is a path of nourishment, not of deprivation, of balance, not of excess. The practical, living expression of this middle way is the Noble Eightfold Path. It is called Eightfold, not because it is a linear sequence of 8 steps you take one after another. Rather, it is 8 interwoven and mutually supportive factors of a single, unified way of life. They are to be cultivated simultaneously, as each one strengthens and deepens the others. Imagine a great wheel with 8 spokes. The wheel cannot be strong or roll smoothly if any of the spokes are weak or missing. All 8 are essential, and they all converge at the central hub, which is the peace of nirvana. Or, returning to our other metaphor, these 8 factors are the essential components needed to build a sturdy raft. One needs the wood, the vines, the steering oar, and the sail, all working together to make the journey possible. To make this holistic path easier to understand, these 8 factors are traditionally grouped into 3 essential trainings. These are the 3 pillars of the awakened life: the training in wisdom, Panya, the training in ethical conduct, Sila, and the training in mental discipline, Samadhi. The first of these trainings is in wisdom, Panya. This is the guiding intelligence of the path. It is about seeing reality clearly, without the distortions of our hopes and fears. It is the steering wheel of our raft, the compass that ensures we are headed in the right direction. This training in wisdom consists of the first 2 factors of the path. The very first is right understanding, sometimes called right view. This is the foundation for everything else. It means having the right map. It is the understanding of the 4 noble truths, themselves seeing clearly the nature of suffering, its cause, its cessation, and the path leading to that cessation. It is the intellectual and, eventually, the experiential grasp of the nature of reality as being impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless. The second factor is right intention, sometimes called right thought. Once we have the right map, we must set the right destination. This is the cultivation of wholesome and pure motivations. It means consciously fostering the intention of renunciation, the letting go of craving. It means fostering the intention of loving kindness, the sincere wish for the well-being of all beings. And it means fostering the intention of harmlessness, the commitment to non-violence in thought, word, and deed. The second training is in ethical conduct, sila. This is the foundation upon which the entire path is built. It is about how we conduct ourselves in the world, in our relationships with others. It is the recognition that inner peace is impossible to cultivate if our outer life is in chaos and causing harm. Sila creates the peaceful outer environment that is conducive to inner work. This training consists of the next three factors. Right speech is the practice of speaking truthfully, kindly, and beneficially. It means abstaining from lying, from divisive and slanderous speech, from harsh and abusive language, and from idle gossip. Right action is the practice of embodying our ethics in our physical deeds. It means abstaining from killing, from stealing, and from sexual misconduct. It is the commitment to act with generosity, honesty, and respect for all life. And right livelihood is the practice of earning a living in a way that is honorable and does not cause harm to ourselves or others. It means avoiding professions that trade in weapons, poisons, intoxicants, or the exploitation of other beings. The third and final training is in mental discipline, samadhi. If wisdom is the steering and ethics is the foundation, mental discipline is the engine of the path. This is the direct training of the mind itself, learning to tame the monkey mind and cultivate its immense potential for calm and clarity. This training consists of the final three factors. Right effort is the balanced and joyful energy we bring to our practice. It is the wholesome effort to prevent unskillful thoughts from arising, to overcome the unskillful thoughts that have already arisen, to cultivate skillful thoughts, and to maintain the skillful thoughts that are already present. Right mindfulness is the heart of meditative practice. It is the art of paying attention, on purpose, in the present moment, without judgment. It is the cultivation of a clear, non-reactive awareness of our own body, feelings, mind, and the world around us. And finally, right concentration is the practice of unifying the mind, of bringing it to a state of unshakable, one-pointed calm. It is through the power of a concentrated mind that the deep, transformative insights of wisdom can arise. It is vital to see how these three trainings weave together in a beautiful, upward spiral. A life of ethical conduct, sila, leads to a mind free from remorse and agitation, which is the perfect ground for training in concentration. Samadhi, a mind that is calm and concentrated, is like a powerful telescope, able to see deeply into the nature of reality, thus developing wisdom, panya. And as our wisdom deepens, our ethical impulses become more natural and spontaneous. Each training supports the others, creating a powerful feedback loop of holistic development. This is not a list of commandments handed down from on high. The Pali word for right, samma, can also be translated as skillful, wholesome, or complete. This is a path of developing skillfulness, not a path of blind obedience. The Buddha's invitation was always, ehipassiko, come and see for yourself. He did not say, believe this path, because I am the enlightened one. He said, here is a way of living that I have found leads to the end of suffering. walk it yourself. See if speaking kindly brings more peace than speaking harshly. See if being generous brings more joy than being selfish. See if training your mind to be present brings more calm than letting it run wild. Be the scientist of your own experience. The fourth noble truth is the ultimate expression of the Buddha's compassion. It is the detailed, practical, and generous sharing of the very map he himself used to find his way out of the wilderness. It is an invitation to begin our own journey, a journey not of belief, but of direct experience, a journey that leads, step by step, from the shore of suffering to the unshakable peace of the far shore. We now stand at the trailhead. Before us lies the Noble Eightfold Path, the practical and comprehensive guide to a life of wisdom, integrity, and peace. We have seen its overview, a holistic system of development comprised of 3 essential trainings. Our journey on this path begins where all true journeys must, with clarity of vision. Before we can take a single skillful step, we must first be able to see where we are going and understand the landscape we are in. This is the training in wisdom, or panya. It is the lamp that illuminates the way, ensuring our efforts are not wasted in darkness and confusion. This foundational training is composed of 2 initial factors that work in perfect harmony: right understanding and right intention. They are the map and the compass for our journey, the 2 wings that allow the spirit to take flight. The very first factor of the path, the bedrock upon which all else is built, is right understanding, or samadhita. The word right here should not be mistaken for its common meaning of being correct in an argumentative or dogmatic sense. The Pali word sama is better translated as skillful, wholesome, or complete, and diftehi means view or perspective. So, right understanding is not about having the right opinions or believing the right dogma. It is about cultivating a skillful view of reality, a way of seeing that, by its very nature, leads to the reduction of suffering for ourselves and for others. It is the difference between navigating with an accurate map and navigating with a child's crayon drawing. One leads to the destination, the other leads to getting hopelessly lost. What then is the content of this skillful view? At its most fundamental level, right understanding is the clear comprehension of the 4 noble truths themselves. It is the mind that has begun to see, not just as a theory, but in its own direct experience, that life contains an inherent unsatisfactoriness, a dukkha. It is the mind that sees how this dukkha is perpetually fueled by its own internal thirst and clinging, the truth of samudaya. It is the mind that grasps the luminous possibility of nirodha, the truth that this suffering can cease. And it is the mind that recognizes the Noble Eightfold Path, magga, as the practical means to that cessation. To hold right understanding is to see every experience, every joy, every sorrow, every challenge through this clarifying and compassionate framework. When you lose a job, for instance, the unskillful view is to see it as a personal failure, a sign of your worthlessness, or a cosmic injustice. This view generates the second arrows of anger, shame, and despair. The skillful view, the view of right understanding, sees the same event through the lens of the 4 noble truths. It recognizes the pain of the loss as an instance of dukkha. It sees the arising of craving for the old security, and it understands that this craving is the true source of the suffering. It remembers the truth of anicca, impermanence, recognizing that all situations, including this difficult one, are temporary. This view does not magically erase the sadness of the loss, but it prevents the secondary infection of despair. It keeps the wound clean. It is the presence of an inner consultant, a wise and steady voice that whispers, "This is difficult. Yes, but this is the nature of things. It is workable. It too shall pass. This understanding deepens to include a direct seeing of the three fundamental characteristics of all phenomena: impermanence, anicca, unsatisfactoriness, dukkha, and the selfless, interdependent nature of all things, anatta. Right understanding is the worldview that aligns itself with reality, rather than fighting against it. It is the wisdom that recognizes the futility of seeking permanent security in a world where everything is a flowing river. It is the clarity that stops seeking ultimate satisfaction from things that are inherently unable to provide it. And it is the liberating insight that dissolves the painful illusion of a separate, solid self, allowing us to take life less personally and meet the world with greater ease and compassion. At first, right understanding may be purely intellectual. We read the map, we study the terrain, but through the practice of the rest of the path, especially mindfulness and meditation, this conceptual understanding ripens into a direct, experiential wisdoma, seeing so profound that it changes us on a cellular level. If right understanding provides us with the correct map, then the second factor of the path, right intention, or sammasankappa, is about consciously setting our compass to the right destination. Our understanding can be perfect, but if our motivation is skewed, we will still travel in the wrong direction. Right intention is about the purification of the heart. It is the conscious cultivation of the why behind all of our actions. It is the recognition that every thought we think, every word we speak, and every action we take is born from an intention, and that these intentions are like seeds. An unwholesome intention is the seed of a poisonous weed, which will inevitably bear the fruit of suffering. A wholesome intention is the seed of a beautiful flower or a nourishing tree, which will inevitably bear the fruit of happiness and peace. The training of right intention is the art of becoming a conscious gardener of our own minds. This training focuses on cultivating three specific, wholesome intentions, which are the direct antidotes to the three poisons. The first is the intention of renunciation, or nekkhamma. This is the direct antidote to the poison of craving and greed. Renunciation is not about forcing yourself to live a life of bleak austerity. It is the joyful and liberating intention of letting go. It is the conscious choice to find happiness not in adding more, but in needing less. It is the intention to renounce our addiction to sensory overload, to drama, to complication, and to the endless cycle of wanting. In practice, this might mean noticing the urge to buy something you don't need, and instead, consciously choosing the peace of contentment. It might mean choosing an evening of quiet reflection or meaningful conversation over the easy distraction of mindless entertainment. Each time we foster the intention of letting go, we are weakening the chains of our own craving and tasting the freedom of simplicity. The second is the intention of loving kindness, or avyapada. This is the direct antidote to the poison of aversion and ill will. It is the sincere, heartfelt wish for the well-being and happiness of all living beings, without exception. This, crucially, includes ourselves. It is the conscious practice of replacing thoughts of anger, resentment, and irritation with thoughts of goodwill. When another driver cuts you off in traffic, the habitual intention is one of anger. The practice of right intention is to notice that flash of anger and to consciously replace it with a thought like, "May you be safe, may you be at peace, may you be free from suffering." This feels radical, even impossible at first, but it is a trainable skill. It is a reorientation of the heart away from the closed fist of hatred and toward the open palm of goodwill. Each time we do this, we are refusing to drink the poison of our own anger, and we are contributing, in a small but powerful way, to the peace of the world. The third is the intention of harmlessness, or avihisa. This is often translated as compassion, and it is the direct antidote to the poison of cruelty. If loving kindness is the wish for others to be happy, compassion is the wish for others to be free from suffering. It is the active side of goodwill. It is the firm and unwavering commitment to cause no harm through our thoughts, our words, or our deeds to any living being to the best of our ability. This intention is the foundation for a life of non-violence. It guides us to treat our own bodies with kindness, to treat other people with respect, and to treat the animals and the planet that sustains us with a sense of gentle stewardship. The intention of harmlessness asks us to consider the consequences of our actions, to reflect on whether our choices are contributing to the suffering or the well-being of the world we are all a part of. These two factors, right understanding and right intention, are the luminous vanguard of the path. They are the wisdom that must precede and guide all our actions. Without right understanding, our good intentions can be misplaced and lead to more confusion. We might have the intention of helping someone, but without a clear understanding of the situation, our help might inadvertently cause more harm. Without right intention, even a correct understanding of the world can be used for selfish or destructive purposes. A person can have a brilliant understanding of human psychology and use it to manipulate others. Wisdom and compassion must arise together. They are the two great wings of a bird. Both are essential for flight. With the clear map of right understanding, and with our hearts oriented toward the noble destination of compassion and freedom, by right intention, we are now prepared to take the next steps on the path to translate this inner wisdom into our outer lives through our speech and our actions. Having oriented ourselves with the clear map of right understanding and the true compass of right intention, we are now ready to take our first steps on the path. The training in wisdom, panya, has shown us where to go and why. But this wisdom cannot remain a purely internal, abstract state. It must be embodied. It must be lived. It must inform the way we move through the world, the way we interact with others, the very ground upon which we stand. This brings us to the second great training of the Noble Eightfold Path, the training in ethical conduct, or sila. If our spiritual practice is a garden where we are cultivating the beautiful flowers of peace and clarity, then sila is the strong, protective fence we build around it. It is the conscious effort to protect our minds from the larger, more disruptive disturbances that come from causing harm in the world. A mind agitated by guilt, shame, remorse, or the fear of discovery is a mind that cannot settle into the deep states of calm required for transformative insight. Ethical conduct, therefore, is not a set of restrictive rules imposed from the outside to make us feel guilty. It is a compassionate and skillful means for creating an outer life of profound integrity, which in turn creates the inner conditions for peace to flourish. This training in living with integrity is comprised of three interwoven factors: right speech, right action, and right livelihood. We begin with the most frequent and often most unconscious way we interact with the world: our speech. The practice of right speech, or samavacha, is the recognition that our words have immense power. They can be weapons that inflict deep and lasting wounds, or they can be instruments that offer healing, comfort, and wisdom. An untrained tongue, guided by the ego's impulses, creates endless complications and suffering for ourselves and others. A trained and mindful tongue becomes an expression of our deepest wisdom and compassion. The practice of right speech involves the conscious cultivation of 4 related skills. First, and most fundamentally, we practice abstaining from false speech. This is more than simply avoiding telling outright lies. It is a commitment to radical honesty. It means avoiding exaggeration, intended to make ourselves look better. It means not making promises we cannot or do not intend to keep. It means avoiding all forms of deception, both subtle and overt. Living in this way has a profound effect on the mind. A mind that does not have to keep track of lies. A mind that is not burdened by the stress of maintaining a false persona is a mind that is naturally calm and at ease. Truthfulness creates a foundation of inner and outer trust. Second, we practice abstaining from slanderous or divisive speech. This is the kind of speech that sets one person against another. It is the poison of gossip, of backbiting, of spreading rumors, of speaking ill of others when they are not present. When we engage in such speech, we may feel a temporary, foolish sense of power or intimacy with the person we are gossiping with, but we are simultaneously poisoning our own mind with negativity and suspicion. We are destroying the fabric of community and creating a world of distrust. Right speech is speech that unites, that encourages harmony, and that seeks to see the good in others. Third, we practice abstaining from harsh speech. This is speech that is born from anger. It is the language of abuse, of insults, of yelling, of cruel sarcasm, and of contempt. Words spoken in anger are like arrows shot in the dark. They leave wounds that can fester for years. This practice asks us to become exquisitely aware of the arising of aversion, of dvesha, in our minds, and to make the conscious choice not to let it spill out through our mouths. Instead of using words as weapons, we learn to cultivate speech that is gentle, kind, and respectful, even when we are disagreeing with someone. And fourth, we practice abstaining from idle chatter. This is the aimless, useless, and often endless talk that fills so much of our days. It is the speech that has no real purpose other than to fill silence or to distract the mind from the present moment. While it may seem harmless, idle chatter dissipates our mental energy and reinforces the habit of a scattered, unfocused mind. Right speech, in its positive form, is speech that is not only true and kind, but also useful, necessary, and spoken at the proper time. Before we speak, we can train ourselves to ask a simple set of questions. Is what I am about to say true? Is it kind? Is it beneficial? And is this the right moment for it to be said? If it does not meet these criteria, then the wisest and most compassionate form of speech is often a noble silence. From the realm of speech, the path then moves to our physical deeds. Right action, or samma-kammanta, is the practice of aligning our bodily actions with the intentions of harmlessness and goodwill that we are cultivating in our hearts. It is the commitment to move through the world as an agent of peace, not as an agent of harm. This practice, too, has 3 core components. The first is to abstain from taking life. This is the principle of non-violence, ahimsa, extended to all sentient beings. It is born from a cultivated reverence for life, a recognition that all beings, from the smallest insect to the largest mammal, share a common desire to live and to avoid suffering. This practice asks us to live in a way that minimizes the harm we cause to the intricate web of life, of which we are a part. The second component is to abstain from taking what is not given. At its most basic level, This means not stealing the property of others, but its spirit extends much further. It is a commitment to radical honesty and integrity in all our affairs. It means not taking advantage of others in business dealings. It means not taking credit for the work of others. It means not consuming more than our fair share of resources. At its heart, this practice is the cultivation of generosity and renunciation, a direct antidote to the grasping mind of greed. The third component is to abstain from sexual misconduct. This is the practice of ensuring that our sexual energy is expressed in a way that is founded on mutual respect, consent, and kindness, and does not cause harm to ourselves or others. It means honoring our commitments and not engaging in behavior that involves deception, exploitation, or the breaking of trust. It is the application of mindfulness and compassion to one of the most powerful and intimate areas of human life. Living with this kind of ethical integrity with truthful speech and harmless action leads to a profound inner reward. The Pali texts call it the reward of blamelessness. A person who lives according to Sila can look back on their day without being haunted by regret. They can lie down to sleep at night without their mind being plagued by guilt or the fear of their misdeeds being discovered. This inner peace, this blamelessness, is not a small thing. It is the fertile, calm, and stable ground that is absolutely essential for the deeper practices of meditation and concentration to take root. Finally, the training in Sila extends to the area of our lives where we spend the majority of our waking hours, our work. Right livelihood, or sama ajiva, is the vital practice of weaving our spiritual values into our professional and economic activity. It is the commitment to earn our living in a way that does not violate the principles of right speech and right action. The Buddha explicitly named 5 kinds of livelihood that should be avoided: trading in weapons, trading in living beings, which includes slavery, prostitution, and raising animals for slaughter, engaging in the meat industry, trading in intoxicants, and trading in poisons. For us, in the modern world, the spirit of this teaching asks us to engage in a deep and honest inquiry about our work. Does the way I earn my living contribute to the well-being of the world, or does it, directly or indirectly, cause harm? Does my company's business model rely on deception, on exploiting the environment, or on preying on the addictions and weaknesses of others? Do I treat my colleagues, my employees, and my customers with the same respect and honesty that I aspire to in my personal life? This is not a call for everyone to immediately quit their jobs and become organic farmers or social workers. It is a call to bring mindfulness and ethical reflection to our work. For some, it may mean a change in career. For others, it may mean finding ways to act with greater integrity, compassion, and wisdom within their current profession. The goal is to heal the split that so many of us feel between our deeply held values and the way we are forced to act to make a living. It is about making our entire life a seamless expression of our path. This threefold training in ethical conduct is the great purifier of the path. It is not a rigid set of external rules intended to bind us, but a wise and compassionate set of guidelines intended to free us. By cultivating a life of outer integrity, we create an unshakable foundation of inner peace. We quiet the grossest agitations of the mind, allowing us to turn our attention to the final and most transformative training of the path, the direct and profound cultivation of the heart and mind through the disciplines of effort, mindfulness, and concentration. We have laid a remarkable foundation for our journey. With the wisdom of right understanding and right intention as our guide, We have begun to build a life of profound outer integrity through the practices of right speech, right action, and right livelihood. We have constructed a fence of ethical conduct around the garden of our mind, creating a safe and peaceful container, free from the larger disturbances of guilt, remorse, and causing harm. Now, with this foundation secure, we can turn our attention inward. We can begin the subtle, powerful, and deeply transformative work of directly training the mind itself. This is the third great training of the path, the training in mental discipline, or samadhi. It is here that we move from simply creating the conditions for peace to actively cultivating the states of mind that lead to liberation. Imagine you have decided to become a musician. The training in wisdom was like studying music theory and realizing the profound beauty of harmony. The training in ethics was like acquiring a fine instrument and promising to only use it to create beautiful, uplifting music. Now, you must actually sit down and learn to play the instrument. This is the training in mental discipline. The first two factors on this part of the path are like the two hands of the musician, working in perfect concert, right effort and right mindfulness. They are the energy and the awareness that, when combined, create the music of a liberated mind. We begin with right effort, or samavayama. When we hear the word effort, our Western minds often conjure images of struggle, of gritting our teeth, of using tense, muscular force to achieve a goal. We think of powering through or pushing ourselves to the limit. This is the kind of effort that leads to stress, exhaustion, and burnout. And it is the complete opposite of what is meant by right effort. The effort of the path is not one of brute force, but of intelligence, balance, and even joy. The key lies in the Buddha's own great discovery of the middle way. He recalled the advice of a music teacher from his youth, who had explained that the string of a lute, if it is too tight, will snap. If it is too loose, it will not make a sound. Only when the string is tuned with the perfect balanced tension can it produce beautiful music. Right effort is this balanced tension. It is a steady, patient, and compassionate application of energy, free from the violence of striving and the laxity of complacency. It is skillful energy, not just more energy. This skillful energy is applied in 4 specific ways, which together form a comprehensive blueprint for becoming a conscious gardener of our own minds. The first of these is the effort to prevent unskillful states from arising. This is the art of proactive wisdom. It is about recognizing the causes and conditions that lead to suffering and skillfully avoiding them before they can take root. It is the wisdom of not planting new weed seeds in the soil of your mind. For example, you may notice through mindfulness that every time you spend 30 minutes scrolling through a particular social media feed, you feel anxious, envious, and inadequate for the rest of the evening. The practice of right effort is the conscious choice to prevent that unskillful state from arising by choosing not to engage in that activity. You may know that a certain topic of conversation with a particular family member always devolves into a bitter argument. Right effort is the skillful energy you apply to gently steer the conversation onto more wholesome ground. This is not avoidance in a fearful sense. It is a wise and compassionate protection of your own inner peace. The second, and equally important, practice is the effort to abandon unskillful states that have already arisen. We are not perfect. We will fail to guard the gates of our mind, and the weeds of anger, greed, jealousy, and fear will inevitably sprout. When this happens, our untrained reaction is often to either suppress the feeling, pretending it isn't there, or to indulge it, letting it run wild. Both are unskillful. Right effort offers a middle path. It is the application of intelligent energy to skillfully let go of the unwholesome state. When anger arises, the effort is to first mindfully acknowledge it without judgment. Anger is here. Then, one can apply an antidote, such as deliberately cultivating thoughts of loving kindness towards the person you are angry with. Or one can investigate the anger itself, seeing its impermanent nature, watching it as a storm cloud passing through the sky of the mind. This is not about fighting the anger, which only gives it more strength. It is about skillfully withdrawing its fuel, allowing it to naturally wither and die. The third practice is where the path becomes truly joyful and creative. It is the effort to cultivate skillful states that have not yet arisen. It is not enough to simply pull the weeds. A wise gardener also plants flowers. This is the deliberate and joyful act of planting the seeds of goodness in the mind. It is the effort you make to set aside 5 minutes each day to practice gratitude. It is the conscious choice to read a chapter from an inspiring book or to listen to a talk that uplifts the heart. It is the effort it takes to reach out to a friend in need, to offer a kind word, or to perform a small act of generosity. These actions may seem small, but each one is a seed that, when planted in the mind, begins to grow into the beautiful qualities of compassion, clarity, and peace. This is the proactive cultivation of our own inner beauty. Finally, the fourth practice is the effort to maintain and nurture the skillful states that have already arisen. In the course of your day, you may experience a spontaneous moment of peace, a flash of insight, a feeling of deep connection, or a wave of compassion. The untrained mind barely notices these moments, quickly moving on to the next problem to be solved or desire to be fulfilled. Right effort is the practice of noticing these precious, skillful states when they appear. It is the wisdom to pause, to savor the feeling, to appreciate it. When you feel a moment of calm, the effort is to really feel it, to let it sink in. By giving our attention to these wholesome states, we are watering the flowers in our garden. We are reinforcing the positive neural pathways in our brain, making it more likely that these states of peace and joy will arise again in the future. We are training ourselves to recognize the landscape of our own inner goodness. This fourfold practice of right effort is the compassionate energy that fuels our entire journey. It is a steady, gentle, and intelligent force, not a grim, white-knuckled struggle. It is the kind and patient energy that allows us to begin again every single time we get lost. And this energy is directed and focused by its indispensable partner, the practice of right mindfulness. If right effort is the hand that gently pulls the weeds and plants the flowers, right mindfulness, or samasati, is the clear, bright light that allows us to see the garden as it truly is. It is the heart of meditative practice and the single most important skill we can develop on the path. At its core, right mindfulness is the art of being fully present with our own life. A classic definition is paying attention on purpose, in the present moment, and non-judgmentally. Let us unpack this. Paying attention means we are directing our focus intentionally, not letting it be scattered by the winds of distraction. On purpose means this is a conscious, deliberate act. In the present moment is the recognition that now is the only time we are ever truly alive, and non-judgmentally is the crucial and liberating ingredient. It means we observe our experience with a kind, open, and allowing curiosity without labeling it as good or bad, right or wrong. It is the quality of bare, receptive awareness. It is equally important to understand what mindfulness is not. It is not an attempt to empty your mind, or stop your thoughts. This is a common and frustrating misconception. The mind produces thoughts naturally, just as the heart beats. To try and stop your thoughts is like trying to flatten the waves of the ocean. It is an impossible and stressful struggle. Mindfulness is not about stopping the waves, but about learning to surf them. It is not about a blissful, spaced-out trance that removes you from the world. It is the opposite. It is a state of high-resolution awareness, a vivid, intimate connection with the reality of the present moment. And while it often leads to a deep sense of calm, it is not merely a relaxation technique. Relaxation is a pleasant byproduct. The ultimate purpose of mindfulness is profound insight, the direct, experiential, seeing into the nature of reality that liberates the mind from suffering. This comprehensive practice is traditionally cultivated across 4 foundations, or 4 fields of awareness. The first is mindfulness of the body. This is our anchor. We begin by bringing our awareness to the physical sensations of the breath, feeling the air move in and out. The breath is always in the present moment, so it serves as a perfect home base for the wandering mind. This practice extends to include a mindful awareness of all bodily sensations, the feeling of our feet on the floor, the posture of our spine, the sensations of warmth, tingling, or pressure. This grounds us in the felt reality of the here and now, pulling us out of the phantom worlds of the past and future. The second foundation is mindfulness of feelings. This is the practice of observing the raw feeling tones that arise with every experience. We learn to watch the constant stream of pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral feelings as they arise and pass away. Without getting caught by them, we see a pleasant feeling arise, and instead of clinging to it, we simply note it. Pleasant feeling. We see an unpleasant feeling arise, and instead of pushing it away, we simply note it. Unpleasant feeling. This practice is the direct application of wisdom to the second arrow. By observing the raw feeling without adding a story, we cut the chain of reactivity at its source. The third foundation is mindfulness of the mind itself. Here, we turn our awareness onto our own mental states. We observe with a detached, scientific curiosity. The mind is angry now. The mind is scattered now. The mind is calm now. We begin to see that these mental states are not us. They are impersonal, conditioned phenomena that arise and pass away like weather patterns. This practice creates a profound sense of disidentification, freeing us from the tyranny of our own moods. The fourth foundation is mindfulness of dhammas, or the ultimate constituents of reality. This is the practice of seeing our experience directly through the clarifying lens of the teachings. We see the arising of craving and recognize it as one of the 5 hindrances. We see the presence of clarity and recognize it as one of the 7 factors of enlightenment. We see any experience whatsoever and recognize its qualities of impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and selflessness. This is where mindfulness and wisdom merge into a single, liberating insight. The parable of the second arrow is the ultimate illustration of how right effort and right mindfulness work together to free us. The first arrow of life strikes a painful event occurs. In the untrained mind, the reaction is instantaneous. The second arrow of anger or despair is fired before we even know what has happened. Mindfulness is the practice of creating a sacred pause in between the first and second arrows. In that luminous space of mindful awareness, we see the pain of the first arrow clearly, without judgment. And right effort is the wise, compassionate energy we use in that pause to make a conscious choice. It is the effort we make to not reach back into the quiver. We choose to let go of the story. We choose to meet the pain with kindness. We choose to remain in the balanced peace of awareness, rather than plunging into the turmoil of reaction. This space, this pause, this choice is the very heart of freedom. Right effort is the will to be free, and right mindfulness is the light that shows us how. Together, they are the hands of the musician, skillfully playing the beautiful, liberating music of the awakened mind. Our walk along the great path has brought us to this final, beautiful destination within the training of the mind. We began this inner work by learning to apply right effort, the wise and balanced energy that is like the gentle, steady hands of a gardener. We then cultivated right mindfulness, the luminous, non-judgmental awareness that is like the clear light that allows the gardener to distinguish the weeds from the flowers. Now, as a natural result of this patient and persistent work, a remarkable quality begins to emerge. The garden of the mind, no longer choked by weeds and no longer left in darkness, begins to settle into a state of profound coherence and tranquility. This is the fruit of our practice. This is the eighth and final factor of the path, right concentration, or sama samadhi. Imagine your mind is like a young wild horse, full of nervous energy, easily startled, its attention constantly darting from one thing to another. The practice of mindfulness is the patient and kind act of leading this horse back, again and again, to a single quiet pasture, the anchor of the breath or the sensations of the body. At first, the horse repeatedly bolts, and you must gently lead it back 1,000 times. But with persistence, something begins to shift. The horse grows accustomed to the pasture. It begins to trust the stillness. The periods it spends standing quietly grow longer. Eventually, a moment comes when it stands perfectly still, calm, powerful, and alert, no longer needing to be constantly brought back. This state of collected, unified, and unwavering presence is concentration. Samadhi is what happens when the mind, through the gentle training of mindfulness, finally comes to rest. Our ordinary, untrained mind is like sunlight on a cloudy day. Its energy is diffused, scattered, and weak. It flits from a memory of the past to a worry about the future, to a sensory distraction, to an internal commentary, never resting anywhere for more than a few moments. This is the monkey mind, a state of perpetual inner fragmentation. A mind in this state lacks power. It is easily overwhelmed and incapable of deep insight. Right concentration is the practice of gathering this scattered light of consciousness and focusing it, like a magnifying glass, into a single, coherent, and powerful beam. And just as a focused beam of sunlight can burn through paper, a focused beam of awareness has the power to burn through the layers of delusion and ignorance that are the root of our suffering. It is essential to understand the relationship between mindfulness and concentration. They are not two separate activities, but two phases of a single process. Mindfulness is the active, moment-to-moment work of noticing when the mind has wandered and gently escorting it back to the object of attention. Concentration is the result of having done this successfully for a sustained period. Mindfulness is the path. Concentration is the destination. Mindfulness is the verb. Concentration is the noun. As your capacity for sustained mindfulness grows, the mind becomes less and less prone to distraction. The waves of thought begin to calm, and the surface of the mind becomes still and clear. It is in this state of deep stillness that profound and transformative experiences can occur. In the Buddhist tradition, the deepest states of concentration are described in a series of meditative absorptions known as the jhanas. These are not mystical trances or states of unconsciousness. They are states of heightened awareness, characterized by profound peace and an exquisite, wholesome bliss. For centuries, the path to these states was shrouded in mystery, but they are simply the natural unfolding of a deeply unified mind. To a beginner, the idea of entering a jhana may seem impossibly distant, but understanding their nature helps us to see the joyful potential of the path. As concentration deepens, the mind, secluded from its usual diet of worry and sensory craving, begins to generate a powerful sense of joy and happiness, piti and sukha. This is not the fleeting, agitated pleasure of the senses. It is a deep, nourishing, and self-sustaining bliss that arises from within. This is the first great reward of the practice. It shows us that we do not need to seek happiness outside of ourselves. The mind, when purified, has an immense capacity for its own deep well-being. This initial joy is an important and encouraging signpost on the path. As the practice deepens further, even this ecstatic joy begins to calm down, transforming into a state of profound and unshakable equanimity. The mind becomes utterly still, silent, and lucid. It is a state of deep rest and restoration, a peace that is so complete it surpasses our ordinary understanding of the word. It is vital to understand that these blissful states are not the final goal of the path. They are not a spiritual indulgence or an escape from life. They serve two crucial purposes. First, they are the ultimate health spa for the mind, providing a level of rest and rejuvenation that ordinary sleep cannot offer, healing the deep wounds of stress and anxiety. Second, and most importantly, a mind that emerges from these states of deep concentration is an extraordinary instrument. It is unified, powerful, sharp, and exquisitely sensitive. It is this finely honed tool that is then used for the work of insight, of vipassana, the work of looking so deeply into the nature of reality that the final fetters of suffering are broken. But one does not need to experience these advanced states to reap the benefits of cultivating concentration in daily life. The skill of samadhi manifests as a quiet superpower that transforms our ordinary experience. It is the ability to be fully present when a friend is speaking to you, offering them the rare and precious gift of your complete, undivided attention. It is the ability to sit down and read a book, absorbing its meaning, rather than finding you have read the same paragraph 5 times while your mind was lost in a daydream. In your work, it is the capacity to focus on a complex task, to enter that state of effortless flow, where creativity and productivity arise naturally, free from the friction of a scattered mind. Most importantly, a concentrated mind is a stable mind. It is like a deep, heavy stone at the bottom of a river. The currents of life, the praise and blame, the gain and loss, the successes and failures will still flow over it, but they will not dislodge it. A person with a concentrated mind is not so easily knocked off balance by life's inevitable challenges. They have an inner center of gravity, a quiet place of refuge within themselves that remains untouched by the chaos of the world. This is the source of true resilience. Right concentration is the beautiful culmination of the entire eightfold path. The trainings all work together to bring it into being. A life of ethical conduct, sila, removes the outer agitations of guilt and remorse, allowing the mind to settle. The practice of right effort provides the gentle, sustained energy to stay with the practice. The practice of right mindfulness is the very technique of returning again and again, which builds the muscle of concentration. And the wisdom of right understanding gives us the context for the entire project, reminding us why we are sitting here in the first place. The entire path can be seen as a beautiful interplay between serenity and insight, calm and clarity. The practice of calming the mind culminating in right concentration, is sometimes called samatha. The practice of seeing clearly into the nature of reality is called vipassana. A mind that is calm, but not clear, can become dull and complacent. A mind that tries to see clearly, but is not calm, will be too agitated to have any deep insight. We need both. First, we calm the waters of the lake so that the mud can settle. Then, in that profound stillness and clarity, we can finally see all the way to the bottom. We can see the truth of impermanence, the truth of suffering, and the truth of no self, not as ideas, but as living realities. Right concentration is what provides the unwavering, stable platform from which the mind can gaze upon the truth that sets it free. It is the final perfection of the mind, the gateway to the unshakable liberation of nirvana. Our journey together began in a place of quiet desperation, a place familiar to so many of us, stuck in the relentless traffic of modern life, feeling overwhelmed by the noise both outside and within. We began by giving a name to this pervasive feeling of disquiet, understanding it not as a personal failure, but as the shared, fundamental human condition of dukkha. From that honest starting point, we became archaeologists of our own minds. We journeyed into the depths and uncovered the very source of our suffering, seeing how it is ignited by the inner fires of craving and aversion, and how it is fueled by a profound, yet correctable, ignorance of the way things truly are. We saw this suffering manifest as a desperate clinging to things, to ideas, and to a fragile sense of self, a clinging that, ironically, is the very cause of our insecurity. Then, at the moment, we saw the problem in its full depth. The path turned toward the light. We discovered the beautiful, liberating truth that because our suffering has a cause, it can have an end. We saw the promise of Nirodha, the cessation of the fires, and the possibility of a peace so profound it is called nirvana. And we were not left merely with a hopeful promise. We were given a map. We have walked, in overview, the Noble Eightfold Patha, practical, compassionate, and complete guide for living. We have seen how to cultivate the wisdom that sees reality clearly, the ethical integrity that creates a life of blamelessness and peace, and the mental discipline that trains the mind to be a calm, powerful, and faithful servant of our deepest intentions. If there is one essential truth to take with you from this entire journey, let it be this: peace is not a destination you arrive at when all of your problems are finally solved. It is not a prize you win when you have perfected yourself and your life. It is not the absence of noise, chaos, or difficulty. That perfect, problem-free world does not exist. Peace is a quality of being that you can cultivate right here, right now, in the midst of your imperfect life. It is the spaciousness you can find in the eye of the storm. It is the sacred pause between the first arrow of life's inevitable pain and the second arrow of your own mental reaction. Peace is not something you find. It is something you grow. You do not need to become a different person. You do not need to move to a different place. The tools for this cultivation are already in your possession. They are your own breath, your own awareness, your own capacity for kindness. The great journey of 1,000 miles does not begin with a grand, dramatic gesture. It begins with a single, simple step. It begins with one conscious breath. It begins with the choice, in this moment, to meet your experience with a little more awareness and a little less resistance. The path to freedom is not in the future. It is beneath your feet, in this very moment. May your journey be fruitful. May you be at peace.